Welcome. Muy buenos días. Thank you for joining us. This is the second Safer Advisory Group meeting of the year. Today is Thursday, May 28th. We'll go to the next slide. Thank you. To kick us off, the quarterly advisory group meetings are offered in English with Spanish interpretation. So our interpreters today are Diana and Pablo Donati. For everyone joining us online, please find the interpretation icon, the globe icon, in the middle or the bottom of your screen. You will see two language options. It'll be English and Spanish. It's important that everybody joining online selects a language. For those who want to listen in Spanish, we'll also ask you to mute original audio. So you can only hear the presentation in Spanish. Para todos los que nos están acompañando virtualmente, muy buenos días. Les comentamos que la reunión se va a ofrecer en inglés con interpretación en español. Los intérpretes de hoy son Diana y Pablo Donati. Les pedimos a todos los que se encuentran en línea que por favor encuentren el icono del globo abajo en su pantalla. Presiónenlo, les va a dar dos opciones de idioma, inglés y español. Les pedimos que seleccionen español y también seleccionen Mute Original Audio, mute original audio, para que puedan escuchar la presentación solamente en español. Also, a quick reminder, please speak slowly so that everyone is able to capture your comments, but also for our interpreters to be able to interpret accurately. Thank you. And next slide. The few ways to participate for this meeting. If folks want to make a public comment, you can always email safer@waterboards.ca.gov. Or if you would like to make a public comment verbally, you can also register using the bit.ly link, bit.ly/2026_AGM2. If you need any support, any technical assistance, you can also email the Safer email. And we'll go to the next slide. And this will be also for folks who are joining virtually. There's a few tabs on your screen. If you want to select English or Spanish presentation for you to see the presentation in the language of your preference. So the tabs will be in the top of your screen. And we'll go to the next slide. And also for folks who are joining us virtually, we have some Zoom interactions. You'll see the chat box available. Staff, or you can also send a message. If there's any additional instructions, we'll send it in the chat. For any questions or comments, please also raise your hand. That will keep us. That will give us a sense of who raised their hands and give you access to the mic and for you to share your comments and your thoughts. And we'll go to the next slide. All right. So for today's agenda, we have our annual needs assessment dashboard presentation. So that'll be a presentation from staff in the Division of Drinking Water. We'll then go into the fund expenditure plan. This will take a great part of the day. We're going to go do an overview of the fund expenditure plan, but also discuss some of the challenges with eligibility categories. We'll then discuss Safer program updates and announcements. We'll also have time for our Safer Advisory Group members announcement, and we'll end up with public comments. So for anybody in the public that would like to make a comment, please note that public comment will come towards the end. And next slide. A few meeting guidelines. We'll just ask you to also mute yourself when you're not speaking. If you can, please join by audio, video, those who are joining us online. Please do take breaks as needed. Speak slowly. We have interpreters that will be interpreting in Spanish. Also, please raise your hand for comments or questions, and we'll take note in the order that hands are raised. We'll also ask you to keep your comments concise and to the point. And again, for any technical assistance or support, you can email our Safer email. And we'll go to the next slide. Thank you. We always want to ground our meetings with the Water Board's mission, and that's to preserve, enhance, and restore the quality of California's water resources and drinking water for the protection of the environment, public health, and all beneficial uses. and to ensure proper water resource allocation and efficient use for the benefit of the present and future generations. Specifically for our SAFER Advisory Group, our sole time together is also to provide input and feedback on the development and implementation of the annual fund expenditure plan and any associated SAFER program efforts. So this is important because today's meeting is what's going to be majorly focused on the fund expenditure plan for the next fiscal year, 2026-2027. And we'll go to the next slide. All right, so we'll go ahead and do introductions. We're going to pick it up with our State Water Board staff, and then we'll go with SAFER Advisory Group members. And I can kick us off. Alma Lopez, buenos dias. I'm with the Office of Public Engagement, Equity, and Tribal Affairs. And I'll hand it off to Adriana Renteria.
Good morning, everybody. It's really good to see you all in person. My name is Adriana Renteria. I'm the Director for the Office of Public Engagement, Equity, and Tribal Affairs. And my pronouns are she and they. Good to be here with you all.
And we'll hand it to Amelia Nishimura.
Hi, everyone. I'm Amelia Nishimura. I am the State Communications Program Manager in our
Popcorn to Lacey Carlson.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Lacey Carlson. I also work in the Office of Public Engagement, Equity, and Tribal Affairs on the SWRCB.
And we'll send it to Mandy Roman.
Hello, my name is Mandy Roman, and I'm also with the Office of Public Engagement, Equity, and Tribal Affairs.
And Manuel Leon.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Manuel Leon. I serve as an engagement coordinator for the Office of Public Engagement, Equity, and Tribal Affairs. Some of you may know me as English PowerPoint today. Pleasure to see you all.
Thanks, Benny. That's our team with the Office of Public Engagement, Equity, and Tribal Affairs. We'll send it over to our team in the Division of Drinking Water. You can introduce yourself. It looks right here.
Good morning, everyone. This is Dan Wang, Division of Drinking Water Needs Analysis Unit Supervisor, and I have two staff members with me today.
No, they come in and or you can. I am Deborah Astor, also with the Division of Drinking Water.
Any other additional DDW staff? Checking to see if we have any Division of Drinking Water staff online. If not, we can go ahead and pass it. Oh, Andrew Altabot. Yes, please. Can you let me move you to a panelist and you'll be able to unmute yourself. I also see Brian Potter joining us.
Okay, sorry about that. Little technical difficulties this morning. Andrew Outspoke, I'm one of the Assistant Deputy Directors with our Division of Drinking Water. It's great to see everybody online today. Thanks.
Thank you. And Brian Potter, if you're able to unmute yourself, introduce yourself.
Morning, everybody. Brian Potter. I work with the Division of Drinking Water SAFER section as the senior of the Southern Engagement Unit. Glad to see you all.
Thank you, Brian. I also see Ileana Wald. Whenever you're able to unmute yourself, Ileana, I'm asking you to be a panelist. In the meantime, Ileana Wald will be doing the presentation later today also on POU, POE, point of use and point of entry. And she might just be able to introduce herself. Ileana, feel free to unmute yourself.
Okay. Yes. Hello, can you hear me now?
We can hear you.
Good
well, yeah.
morning. I'm Ileana Wald. I'm an engineer with the Division of Drinking Water SAFER Program, Rural Solutions Unit. Thank you.
Thank you, Ileana. And we'll pass it over to our team in the Division of Financial Assistance. We'll start here.
Hi, everybody. This is Apple. I'm the Division of
Sustainable Water Solutions in the Division of Engagement.
Good morning, everyone. My name is James Garrett. I'm the Division of Technical Assistance, and I oversee the Technical Assistance.
Good morning, everybody. Jeff Wetzel, supervisor over one of the safer units in the Division of Financial Assistance.
Hi, everyone. Good morning. My name is Carmina Paget, and I'm the other senior in the Safe and Affordable Drinking Water section.
Jasmine.
We do have Jasmine Oaxaca online. And
Yeah,
Lisa,
good morning, everyone. Sorry not to be there in person today, but good to see everybody. I'm one of the supervising engineers in our Office of Sustainable Water Solutions branch. Thanks.
Jasmine. And I'm looking to see if also in the Office of Chief Counsel, if Lauren Marshall is joining us.
Yeah, hi, good morning, I'm here. Yes. Lauren Marshall with Office of Chief Counsel.
Because it's really
Good
good.
morning.
People
Thank you
can't
for joining us. Yeah, you can go ahead and go to the next slide.
We're just checking the microphone. Give us 1 second, please.
Yeah.
Great. I can also go ahead and yield the floor to the Safer Advisory Group members for introductions, and we can start with the Safer Advisory Group members
Is it?
in person. Also look to see if there's any. Oh. The last speed also just project their voice for folks who are joining us in person, so that if folks joining us online can also hear as well. So for the Safer Advisory members that are physically present, we'll start with you. And we'll ask you to please introduce yourselves, your name, the community that you represent. And there's just a small question. Can you go to the next slide? I think that's okay.
Of course, let me
So that they can see the question. And so it's, what's one small win in your water work that has made you feel hopeful? Anybody's ready, or I can my phone looking at you. And you can send it to your left.
You have to be careful where you sit at the table when you're the first to show, right? Go first. My name is Michael Knight. I work for Porterville Irrigation District, but represent the Porterville community. Extensive history and participation in water consolidations within the Central Valley. Continue to work with GSAs now and reassuring sustainability within those communities, working together with state board staff. As a win, early on, of course, you know, the Porterville, East Porterville Consolidation Project has kind of been one for the record books, one of the largest consolidations in our area, and my participation and probably within state board staff. Seeing individuals be able to receive dependable, safe drinking water after years of having struggles with contaminant issues. Seeing the efforts of SAFER provide dignity and reassurance to those customers and in the community, and the continued efforts. So just continues to stand out. It also supports the role that I have now as a GSA manager in mitigation plans and efforts moving forward for constituents and ensuring that the community maintains safe and affordable drinking water.
Hi, everyone. My name is Maureen Thompson. It's great to be here today. I represent, I'm here, Executive Director of Valley Water Collaborative, and representing the groundwater basins from Madera up to YOLO. There's a few in there in the middle that I'm not representing, but we all work together to implement the nitrate control program. A win, we are currently delivering over 1,071 bottled water to over. So sorry, we're delivering bottled water to 1,071 households, and you know it's growing. It just means people are hearing about the organization, applying for the program, and then we're able to get people drinking water. The next step is long-term solutions, not just bottled water. So that's what we're starting to work on now. But really great to be here. Excited for today. Thank you.
Hi everyone, good morning. My name is Rosa Carrillo. I live in San Gerardo Cooperative in Salinas. And this is one of the disadvantaged communities. So that's been having a long time with water issues alongside with another communities in California. One win that I can see is north of Most Landing, in Springfield Road, and that gives me hope. And also to hear people like that representing our communities, and like our colleague here, he just said, to give dignity to our communities, to our people. That's one thing. I'm sorry. And thank you. I'm really grateful to be here.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Irene Cacho. I reside in the community of Lee Grand, born and raised in Merced County. I am a community health worker, promotora, and do a lot of work within the community, trying to be their voice, trying to advocate for them, because a lot of our families are struggling in the Central Valley. So not really just mainly focused on just my community, but the Central Valley itself. So trying to support other sister communities like Fairmead, which is close by, Planada, which is close by. So for one of our wins, I was able to put together our first annual Health and Healing Spring Fair, where a lot of resources were brought back to the community, but along with that, groundwater quality, air quality. And so just kind of educating our communities, especially in our underserved areas of Merced County. But I am very happy to be here as well. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Bruce Hattelfeld. I work for Northern California Water Association as a director of water quality, where I work to interact with the communities in the Sacramento Valley, which goes, drains from the east in Plymouth and Sierra counties over to Lake and Napa counties. Work in the irrigated lands field, specifically on the irrigated lands program, and manage the information on nitrates, impacts on groundwater. My small win, and I'm going to just be patronizing as hell right now. Earlier this week, I was trying to update myself on failing and at-risk systems and using the tool. I couldn't find this sheet, the failing and at-risk sheet for each of the individual ones. Shout out to Chad for helping my mental health by saying it wasn't me, that the thing had disappeared. So that was a small win on a personal note, because I thought, I gotta find this. I know it's in an email here, but it's got to be somewhere. Well, it's not. So that's a small win, but I'm looking forward to today's presentation and the information, because I think it's invaluable. So, and I called Chad out by name, but kudos to everyone on your responsiveness. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Right. My name is Juan Cano with Self-Help Enterprises. Under SAFER, we're a TA provider. A win that I have today, I think it's a big win for us, is that we just had a groundbreaking for construction for consolidation of Riverdale Park Track and City Modesto. So today they're breaking ground, and then have consolidation with the water system. So super happy about that.
Hi, good morning. Norma Nesqua. I'm here representing a small community in Thermal and disadvantaged. So our big win so far is that we have work plan in progress with GHD, and very, very happy to be here.
Hi, my name is Adam Roush. I live in Forestville, but I'm here with GHD for an engineering firm that serves as a technical assistance provider to the SAFER program. My one win, I guess I'll pick Spring Valley Elementary School. We are wrapping up the construction financing application just now, this week. That's one of about 4 or 5 we're looking to complete this within the next month, or certainly the summer. So we've got about 4 in the construction phase, and we'll move to have another 4.
Good morning. My name is Kristen Dobbin. I'm an assistant professor of cooperative extension at UC Berkeley and UC Agriculture and Natural Resources. I hold the public seat, one of the public seats on the SAFER board, and do a lot of research work with small water systems and providers and our agency partners. I think a small win for me recently that's made me hopeful is I've had the occasion several times now to be in a room with a bunch of small water systems from across the state. And just seeing them learn from each other and kind of interact and build power and build solutions together has been really inspiring.
Good morning, Brian Nelson, Association of California Water Agencies. I live here in South Idaho. My small win, other than realizing that my name tag was faced the wrong way. We've worked for a long time with the environmental justice community to create a low-income water rates program at the state level, and 2 bills that passed off the assembly floor last week, which is further than made progress on this in a long time. So,
Thank you. And now we'll switch to SAFER advisory members online. And I'm looking just at, I'll call you on your name and we'll popcorn, that's okay. And so we'll start with Jim Sullivan.
Good morning, everyone. Sorry I can't be there in person, but my name is Jim Sullivan and I live in the town of Mendocino, northern coast of California. And I represent those with private wells on the SAFER committee here. And I guess one fantastic win for our community up here was that our local Mendocino City Community Services District worked with our local fire district to secure a grant through the Department of Water Resources for storage tanks to residents in our area. And we successfully received applications from about 65 folks that were interested, and we have now distributed 2,500 gallon. We had 65 tanks available, and the folks in our community arranged to have them delivered to their homes. And now we have 65 homes or residents now that have 2,500 gallons of additional water resources to them. So that was a win.
Awesome, thank you. And we'll pass it on to Destiny Rodriguez.
Hi, good morning, everyone. My name is Destiny Rodriguez. I am a trustee for State Center Community College District. I also work for a regional immigration nonprofit as a director of operations. The communities that I'm representing are Fresno and Madera. I am a community member today. Win for us would be through the Community Waters Leadership Network. There were 2 bills that passed the floor just this week, SB 1125 and AB 2739, both aimed at water affordability for low-income communities. So excited about that and hopeful that it will continue to move. Thank you.
Look at this collaboration already.
Amy, what?
2739.
Thank you, Destiny. I will pass it over to advisory member Wajiha Noor.
Hello, everyone. My name is Wajiha Noor. I am with Eastern Municipal Water District. We are based in Western Riverside County and Northern San Diego counties. We serve about 1 million people. Win for me, I guess I survived my kids' school year. But jokes apart, yeah, so I'm engaged on one of the data-driven initiative at Eastern. Eastern is one of the first water provider, public water provider in California to have an data sharing agreement with Edison, where we receive on a quarterly basis data on low-income customers who are within our service area that participate on Edison's CARES program. And we use that data to internally match with our database and identify our low-income customers, and we use that information to target market our conservation program. Our rates are based on budget, water-based budget. So if you are able to use less water, the rates are really, really affordable. So that's one way we are trying to tackle affordability. We are also trying to use that to improve the efficiency of our crisis assistance program, which is primarily for delinquent low-income customers. So Eastern is really leading the way in terms of setting up this whole program, and we are learning through a lot of trial and error, and we are trying to develop best management practices for this program, and we're really hopeful that using this proactive approach, we'll be able to better serve our low-income customers.
Thank you, Wajiha. And we'll pass it over to Timoteo Prado.
Hi, everybody. My name is Timoteo Prado. I represent Kern County. I live in Lamont, California, which is an unincorporated area of Kern County. I am also, one of the wins in my community is that the SAFER grant that SAFER gave us for the Adobe allocation, we should be completed with phase 2 of the project in the second quarter to the end of the first quarter and second quarter of 2027.
Thank you. And then we'll also have advisory member Angela Islas.
Angela Islas here, Water Projects Coordinator with Central California Environmental Justice Network. I mean, honestly, my biggest win is being able to stay coordinated with 2 special district communities in Fresno County. So building a really strong relationship with Perry Colony through their exploration of consolidation. And then as well as being able to represent 5 Points during their Prop 218 water rate study process. I feel like these 2 communities, especially 5 Points, really do need the support when it comes to just trying to tackle these different discussions around what consolidation looks like, what commitment looks like. But especially for 5 Points, given that they are in a very dire situation where they could have potentially paid almost between $200 $220 per month for their water rate just because their treatment system was in debt. I was really happy to see that Fresno County was advocating for that particular special district to receive a subsidy in order for those water rates to lower, hopefully like between $50 to $80, which I mean is still a lot, but it is a big win personally with a lot of the relationship building in those 2 communities that they have finally found their voice in order to really advocate for their long-term safe drinking water access. So I'm just really happy that we're still going strong and we're still maintaining that relationship under the space of SAFER. So.
Thank you, Angela. And also, board member Laurel Firestone joined us online. Board member, if you would like to introduce yourself and if you're able to unmute, we have a brief question also. What's one small win in your water work that makes you feel hopeful, or any work that you'd like to share with the SAFER Advisory Group members?
Yeah, Laurel Firestone. I'm a member of the State Water Board, and I'm excited to listen in to this group today. There's a lot of really good information being shared, and I'm really interested in hearing the thoughts and advice coming from this group. Gosh, there's so much going on, and I have trouble picking one win, but maybe I'll just say the fact that there was groundbreaking for SWRCB finally for getting the consolidation and safe drinking water project there after, over 20 years of working with that community. We need to see those, concrete progress being made. It's taken way too long, but I I will be happy when clean water is flowing through the taps, and we'll be celebrating then. But I'm excited to be here, and we'll be listening in all day. I might try to stop in person, but I'll be listening in, and I just really appreciate this group's advice and insights, and I think there's a lot of really good issues that are going to be presented and discussed today that I'm interested in hearing. So thanks.
Thank you, Board Member Firestone. With that, we can go on to our next slide. And we can kick off our first presentation on the Drinking Water Needs Assessment Dashboard by Dan Wong. And Dan, if it's okay, if we can have you sit next to Manny, just to make sure also the audio is picked up with better quality for folks who are joining us online.
Now, could I ask when should we be doing this to?
Thank you, Bruce.
Okay.
Yes. For folks in person, yes, please use your table tent and you can stand it up if you have a question or like to make a comment at that time.
Otherwise, yeah, I've got impulse control issues. So.
Yeah, sorry about tech issues.
Online, so you raise your hand using the icon. Thank you. And with that, Dan, we'll yield the floor to you.
Thank you. Good morning. Today I'm going to go through what we have for this year's drinking water needs assessment. Next slide, please. Just some key points. The assessment methodology itself, the fitting criteria, we haven't changed the methodology, but Chrome 6 and PFAS regulation will be effective soon. That will be counted towards fitting, and you will see water system pop up because of those two contaminants. For the risk assessment, we added administrator and receivership as automatically at risk for technical, managerial, financial, especially managerial, effective March 2026. The reason is with those help, the water systems conditions will improve and other indicators could show that they are not at risk or not failing anymore, but still they lack the managerial capacity to operate independently. So we still want to keep them on the at-risk list. The third methodology update is we improved the accuracy of the calculation for medium household income, and that will be effective June 2026. We also changed the format and update frequency. Previous years, we have annual update with a PDF report. We have moved major components to dashboards, which include the public water system filling list, the risk assessment results, and affordability results. Because now they're on dashboard, we can update quarterly or for filling and at risk, and semi-annually for affordability. We kept the existing state small water system and domestic well risk assessment dashboard. So now we'll have 4 dashboards plus a PDF of reports with additional information and background. Thank you. Next slide, please. Just going through a little bit more detail of the public water system assessment methodology. The fillingness is how we assess water systems that fail to meet the goals of human right to water. They are defined as water systems that are out of compliance or consistently fail to meet drinking water standards. And that is only for community water systems and non-community water systems that serve in school and daycare. We don't have enough data to cover non-community that not serving school and daycare. One key point I want to make is, although we're tracking those filling water systems and provide a lot of assistance, I want to emphasize more than 98% of Californians receive drinking water that meets regulatory standards. And that data point is pulled out December 31st, 2025. As I mentioned, when Chrome 6 and PFAS come in, that number would change, but we will also trying to show that of those field due to Chrome 6 and PFAS, how many of them are actively installing treatment or taking actions. So you can see that it's timing issue that they will fall out of the filling list. Next slide, please. This is a glance of the fitting criteria. Over the years, as I mentioned, we haven't really changed the methodology since April 2024, and currently we have 6 categories for fitting. The first one is primary MCL violation. Those are health-based contaminants, exceeds the standard, and the system has open enforcement action associated with those violations. Secondary MCL violation, those are taste, odor, color, and other things exceeds in standard, and there's an open enforcement action associated with it. In addition, we have E. coli violation. It's detection of or failure to test for bacteria, and there is an open enforcement action. The fourth category is treatment technique violations. If a system fails to follow required treatment techniques and has 1 violation and open enforcement action, or 3 or more violations within 3 years. That's because the regulations are split in those categories. So for us to capture, if they meet the regulation, we have to go through the categories. And the last 2 are not directly linked to water quality, but they could need consequential results for water quality. And one of it is monitoring and reporting violation. If a system has 3 or more occurrence of missed or late testing reporting within the 3 years, and at least 1 occurrence where an enforcement action has been opened for 15 months and longer, we give a long duration for them to try to catch up with their next monitoring period. The last one is source capacity and water outage violations. If the system is unable to deliver water, has insufficient water pressure, or is missing a required planning study, and there's an open enforcement action associated with it, then that water system is on the fitting list. Next slide, please. As emphasized again, Chrome 6 and PFAS regulation are kicking in. We'll add more water systems to the fitting list once effective, but it's phased implementation by water system size. Large first, the medium, then small water systems. For Chrome 6, the MCL kicking in date for large water system is October 1st, 2026, medium 2027, and small water system 2028. But there are other violation types, as I mentioned earlier, that could push a water system on the fitting list before the MCL violation starting date kicks in. Many water systems are already working with Division of Drinking Water to address those 2 contaminants. That's why when those violations start to coming in and push water system on fitting list, we will try to explain, as I mentioned earlier, which water system are already in the process of addressing those issues. Next slide, please. Next, we move on to the risk assessment methodology for public water systems. We went through lots of stakeholder engagement to develop this methodology. And basically, we have 4 categories of risk that we're looking at: affordability, accessibility, water quality, technical, managerial, and financial capacity. In each category, we have a list of risk indicators and threshold to put that water system say you are getting this much score for this particular risk indicators. And weights and scores are adding together to get the final score, from where we put a threshold to distinguish water systems that are at risk versus those are not. And here is our current risk indicators. The first category, water quality, increasing presence of water quality trends toward MCL. Even if they are not passing the threshold of the MCL yet, if they show increased trend, we think they are at risk of suppressing and passing that threshold. And percentage of sources exceeding the standard, past presence on the fitting list, constituents of emerging concern, and Chrome 6 and PFAS are currently in that category. Once their primary MCL kicks in, we'll move them from that category to the source exceeding MCL. History of E. coli presence, treatment technique violations. The second category is accessibility, if the water system have enough water. The indicators are absence of interties, number of sources, We also took the Department of Water Resources drought and water shortage risk assessment results, critically overdrafted groundwater basin, bottled or hot water reliance, and source capacity violations. Next slide, please. For affordability category, we have household socio-economical burden, so that look into the burden beyond water. It looks into housing and poverty, all of those together, and that's taken from US EPA's data. And from our side, we calculate the ratio between the water rate and medium household income of the water system. And that's where the medium household income calculation methodology will impact the rate system results effective June 2026. Extreme water bill, sorry, it's okay. Extreme water bill is where we compare a water system's water rate to the average of the statewide water rate. And if it's above 150% to 200%, then that water system is suffering extreme water bill burden. The last category we have is technical, managerial, and financial capacity. We look at the total net annual income, operating ratio, days cash on hand, monitoring and reporting violation that goes to the managerial portion, significant deficiencies, operator certification violation, and lastly, we added in March, administrator and receivership. Thank you. Next time. I mentioned we pull a significant part of the needs assessment results from the report itself to dashboards. They're not fully approved, but I want to show you a preview and get your input. We still have time to twist them, and even after the needs assessment, we can make changes because now it's under my unit. We designed the whole thing, so we have easier control and shorter time to modify. The first dashboard is current fillingness, and on the top right corner, you can see the snapshot date, and we're going to put this on quarterly. You can have that drop down to choose the quarter you can view. And as you can see, we put that message there, the percentage of the population that are actually receiving water meets standard. And then we showed the number of water systems on the fillingness versus the number of water systems not. And we showed the water systems, number of water systems that got on the fillingness from different years since we started tracking in 2017. And the summary table, and underneath you see the actual data. You can, and we have extensive filtering function to the right panel. You can go look for the water system you are interested in. That will filter not only the data table, but also the plot for your interest. And you can see detailed data if your particular use case involve the actual data. Next slide, please. And this dashboard shows the history of the filling list, also quarterly update, and is tracked since 2017, how many water systems are on the filling list. And as you can see, we already expanded the filling criteria twice, and that pushed some water system up, and then they gradually come down. And when Chrome 6 and PFAS kick in, we'll see the same kind of peak. And we'll explain using this kind of way to see why there's a peak and what we're working on. The second figure shows quarterly number of systems getting on and get off of the filling list. And the same thing, we have the actual data table down there. You can see the violation types that drive this water system on the filling list. So for example, if you say, I actually, for my use case, I'm more interested in the primary standard, then you can see that on the last column. You say, okay, right now I'm really focusing on E. coli. You can also see there. Next slide, please. And the next dashboard is the risk assessment dashboard. Also quarterly update. You can choose the quarter you want to view. And this particular snapshot is December 31st result. We have the map, like what we've always had. And on the map, we have not only the risk assessment result, but also filling. And we have the what systems are failing, what systems are at risk, and the others. And on the left-hand side, you can see the figures list the number of water systems that are failing or at risk. And there's a toggle. You can see the population. You can see the number of water systems. And we were told that people are actually interested in the risk categories. Basically, what risk category pushes the water system to be on the at-risk category. And we showed the four categories that I described earlier. You can see the accessibility, which is source capacity, is driving a lot of water system. And that's because the drought we've been experiencing. We also have the total number of water systems, public water system, I should say, and summary table by different size group, and then the actual data table at the very bottom that you can also filter by water system name or ID. Next slide, please. This one is still under construction, so it's pretty drafty, and we tried all kinds of ways, talk to communication office, trying to say, okay, what's our key message and how we can make it easier for public to understand. And I'm sure you can see right now, it's quite challenging to understand what the figure is actually saying. But we have a new version just came out this morning. Anyway, we're soliciting feedbacks as well. And the same thing, we have the summary. In this case, we have explanation of the three indicators because they're a little bit more interesting and not easy to list the full definition in the figure. As I mentioned, the first two risk indicators are related to water bill. The last one is socioeconomic burden, which included everything. Yeah, and you can also see the data table where you can actually see the median household income we calculated for the water system, their DAC status, safer status, which is failing at risk or other. Each indicator, did they exceed the threshold that we solicited from the stakeholders? Next slide, please. And that's all I have for today. We will finalize the report and the dashboard, and they will go live July 1st, 2026. Any questions?
Could I maybe just add a little bit of context just before the discussion starts, if that's okay? So just so folks are aware, I mean, you know, in past years, we've really just had a paper report, you know, that folks could look at every year for the needs assessment. And just want to make clear, you know, there'll still be some of that, right? There'll still be a report, but we're trying to have these dashboards to take the place of some of that so that people can actually go in and explore the data more, have the data be updated on a regular basis. So we're not just looking at, you know, the data from January 1st of that year, that it can be updated and that it can be interacted more. So just to make it clear, I don't think, you know, we're trying not to change too much the data itself that we present in the needs assessment, but to make it more accessible and more up to date. So just, you know, as you're thinking of questions and comments and, you know, what we're doing with it, and, you know, what you think of what Dan's presented, you keep that in mind. And then also the other piece to keep in mind is the main safer dashboard will remain, although we're looking at sometime in the near future changing that around as well to update it and hopefully make that more useful. And that's something that we'll also discuss with that group once we're able to work on that some more. So anyway, I just wanted to provide that context for everybody as well. Thanks.
Andrew. Yeah, the official publishing date is July 1st, 2026. Thank you.
Are there any questions, clarification? For folks on live, do you use the hand raise icon, and for folks in person, we'll just ask you to place your table and vertically. And you do see Bruce?
Yeah, thank you very much. So you mentioned water system size, large first, then medium, then small. Is there a definition? I mean, Metropolitan's large, Willows is small, but
Yes, the regulation itself, the Chrome 6 regulation itself has the detailed definition. I'll find the link and I couldn't get online, but I will find the link and send to the, yeah.
and then under the risk indicators, you mentioned under water quality, increasing presence of water quality trends towards MCL. Is there a time period for that?
Yes, HECOM has more detailed. Is it 9 years? Yeah, 9 years. Yeah.
And is that a trend even if it's not approaching the MCL? So
Exactly.
Maybe 0.1, right? Go to 0.2 and that's a trend, but it's not risk, right?
We have a lot of details on how we define that, and that we have a methodology paper associated with the report. We can share with you the current version, which sorry. Yes, it's quite complicated. It's actually because the water system has many different sources. So it's also counting the different number of sources, what percentage of them having what trend. So yeah, unfortunately, yeah.
Under affordability, extreme water bill, you mentioned the average statewide.
Mhm.
I assume that's within the categories of water. Not going to compare, Invesco with Woodland, right?
For that particular one, it is compared to the basically take all the water systems in the state. So it's per water systems rate and then calculate the average of the state and then compare to that, which didn't distinguish. But we have plots that did show the different water rate for large, small, medium, for DAC, non-DAC, and state average. And you can see on those plots, which we actually show the history from 2019 to now, the smaller water system on average pay much more than large water systems, unfortunately.
Because they have capacity.
Exactly.
Yeah. Our water, ability to spread those costs.
Exactly. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Lauren?
Yeah.
So we'll ask folks also just introduce yourselves or just state your name also for our looking for folks who are listening online.
Yeah, thank you. Soren Nelson with Aqua. Thank you very much, Dan, for the presentation. I noted on your first slide that you highlighted that Chrome 6 and PFAS were integrated into surveillance systems or systems. I really appreciated on the draft on the dashboard that you indicated where the definitions have changed over time. See that step up, and that is really important. Do you have a sense of how many more systems are going to be on the failing or at-risk list because of the new Chrome 6 and PFAS?
We are actively tracking because they are not official yet. So they are not entered into our data system right now. We are talking to districts. We have a work group tracking them. We're also sorting through all the initial monitoring results that's just coming in. And based on that, calculating which water system will be likely above the threshold. We haven't finalized yet. We're waiting for the district to enter that information, but we are looking into it. And once we have a better idea, we can inform the work group.
Thank you. And the other question I had was on the source capacity violation. One of the criteria that would trigger a violation was a missing planning document. Can you tell me what that is?
That is, if we know the water system has source capacity issue, then we will ask them basically a kind of a enforcement action. You have to now study and put up a plan for your future source capacity, improve your future source capacity. If the water system doesn't do that, then they are in violation.
Okay.
But that particular one is not on the failing. Because, this water system hasn't run out of water, but we already have concern. So it's on the risk, but it's not on the failing.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thanks.
Right, I'll be saying Kristen Dobbin. And one quick thing, Dan, when you hear the question, do you mind repeating the question?
Okay.
Get closer to the mic so folks can also hear online, please.
Okay.
Kristen Dobbin, UC Berkeley and UC A&R. This is great. Thank you. Very excited to see the new data. One question, so in the past, there's been an option to request a data data change. And right, that's critical because all of this eligibility informs eligibility for funding. And we know the data has entry issues and all kinds of things. So one is there's still an option for requesting a data change. And then maybe a suggestion is to integrate that into the dashboard so it's really clear and accessible to systems.
The question is if there's still the data change request because there could be data entry error. The answer is yes. We still have the same form, and thank you for that suggestion. We will add that link to the dashboard. Right now, the link is in the report. You very, very appreciate of that suggestion. Yes.
Adam Rush here. Thank you, Dan, first of all, for the presentation. I think there was a mention of an update to MHI calculation methods that often speaks to availability for various funding streams. Is there, I don't know, an approach where the system might be walked in based on eligibility at a certain time or something? Is there a risk that someone loses their eligibility based on the recalculation?
Let me repeat the question. The question is if we update the medium household income and therefore some water systems disadvantage community status might change, would that change their eligibility for funding?
And now it's no longer DAC, which means they're not eligible for certain funding sources, that may impact their eligibility. You wouldn't really work backwards from method based on historical data is how it finished. So we are restricted in that way. However, I would point out that the new methodology, and Dan can speak to this much better than I can, which is a methodology utilized by the entire agency and coordinated with other state agencies to ensure consistency. There's been a lot of work making sure that we're tracking whether or not any system is going from disadvantage to non-disadvantage, and to see what that impact could be. But also emphasize, and again, Dan can go into this in more detail, that there is a petition process. So if a community disagrees and feels like the designation is inaccurate based on lacking census data, then there is a process which is going to be consistent across the agencies on how we evaluate whether or not a deviation is going to be considered, right?
Yes. Yes. So the main challenge for the calculation is if the census data is not there or is covering a completely different size of area. So we've done a lot trying to make it accurate, but there would still be water systems that even our very sophisticated methodology cannot help. But there's petition process, and we're basically taking this burden from the water system. They don't have to go through this process, calculating MHI themselves and then declare their DAC or stack. We help them. And in this process, we actually added a lot of smaller water systems because previously it's self-claimed. If they didn't self-claim, now we automatically designate them as DAC and they're automatically eligible.
That was a different, that was for when we were designating DAC status for how the water board issues fees.
Yeah.
For regulated entities, but for funding purposes and for the needs assessment, we've been using for a few years now, the needs assessment or ROS NHI calculations. And if there was an issue of discrepancy, we would then evaluate it in different data, and or we've gone forward with a income survey within the community that supporting, which is good for 5 years.
5 years.
And again, we're doing data sharing to ensure that the agency sees then align with that.
Hi, Norma Vespa with Small Community Thermal. Piggybacking on that, so would he be able to apply for other grants? Piggybacking might be one. How many grants can you apply for And is there over there, is there size limitations to that?
No, it just depends on your project. Kristen, may I pause real quick? Do you mind moving also next to Dan so they can hear you? And we don't mind also repeating the question that Norma asked, because also folks online can
There was a question on whether or not potentially a change in DAC status could open up the doors for additional grant assistance. And the way that our grant funding works is, you have to meet our current annual eligibility criteria, which is based on, for grants, usually DAC status, the water system, safer status, and the project type. If you're already a DAC system, and you're meeting our current eligibility criteria, your eligible funding is based on your project, essentially. Now, if you have a series of projects that you're interested in pursuing, we have a lot of flexibility within our grant programs, depending on where you're at in planning, to either group a lot of those elements into one single grant agreement, or we can do phases where you can come in for multiple grant agreements. Again, depending on whether or not you're eligible for that funding and the year that you're coming in, as long as there's funding available. And so it's not like the way that you're asking the question, it's not easy to answer. If your DAC status was to go from disadvantage to non-disadvantage, if you already have a grant agreement with us, you're good. We're not changing any of that. We're not going to take away the funding. But if you were to come in for additional funding for another project or another phase of a project, then the current eligibility criteria would be applied, and you may not qualify for grant funding as a non-DAC community. Does that help answer your question? Yeah. Okay.
Thank you. And I also see Maureen. I also see Jim Sullivan. So we'll go with James and then we'll go to Maureen.
Yeah, thanks. Great presentation. I do have a question about, seems like, it's definitely, geared towards public water systems, and I totally get that. But I think there's a segment that we're kind of missing out on is the private well owners and those that are less than 15 connections. And I'm just wondering if there could be an integration of maybe the GAMMA program, the groundwater, what is the acronym for the State Water Board's assessment of private and groundwater across the state. If that data could be integrated to kind of capture the basically 2 million people that rely on those type of sources that aren't public water systems.
We have a separate dashboard prepared by the GAMMA program in Water Board on state small water systems and domestic wells. The reason it's separate is because data availability is dramatically different from that group to the public water system. For public water system, we require them to monitor their particular sources, their treatment distribution. So we have the data about the water system itself. While for state small and domestic well, we don't have that authority for assessing their risk. Instead of looking at their own data, we look at all the data in their region, right? For like 1 square mile, what is the water quality, what is the water quantity, and what is the socioeconomical burden. So they have a completely different set of methodology, but we do have that as one of the dashboards on our webpage and in our report as well.
And so that integration for funding opportunities, is that kind of seamless then when it comes to grant opportunities, even though they're handled differently regulatorily?
That's a great question, Jim. We do utilize the risk assessment dashboard for domestic wells and state smalls to help assess risk and prioritization for funding. It's not as simple though. Many of our funding sources that we administer at the State Water Board is not is limited to public water systems. We do have some funding sources that we can use to support domestic wells and state smalls directly. And the Safe and Affordable Drinking Water Fund is one of those sources. So when we do have funding requests in to support domestic wells and state smalls, we are looking at the availability of funds for those different sources, and we're utilizing the dashboard and other additional information to help assess whether or not those communities should be prioritized for funding.
Okay.
Which does align then with how we treat public water systems as well, utilizing the results of the needs assessment.
Right. Okay. Well, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
We'll go with Maureen, and after this, we're gonna take a quick break. And we're gonna also work on our audio so that everyone also online is able to work and listen to all the questions and comments. Go ahead, Maureen.
Great. Maureen Thompson, thanks very much for your presentation. Quick question. So also on the domestic well point, will Chrome 6 and PFAS also affect or apply to domestic wells? And if they're in exceedance of those two things, then they would also be eligible, of course, based on DAC status and everything else. So it's also applying to, it's not just for
the question is if Chrome 6 and PFAS would apply to state small and domestic well. The regulation itself is on public water system, but the assessment, if we have data for those 1 square miles for where domestic wells and state small are located, we will take that to assess their risk. There's no fitting criteria for state small and domestic well at this point, because as I mentioned, we don't have data on themselves. Yeah.
But for funding decisions, yes, we are looking at that. So if you go out and you're doing water quality testing at homes and you see that they are at or above the MCL for Chrome 6 or PFAS, then they would be prioritized for assistance, similar to if you were exceeding a primary MCL.
Okay,
Yeah.
that's great. And then I imagine Adam's question about the MHI change also is similar to domestic wells, but they're receiving bottled water. We're not gonna, because the MHI has changed, we're not gonna stop delivering the bottled water, if you will.
That's right. This is for,
Okay.
yes. So it's different. Because when we're providing domestic well assistance, direct household assistance like bottled water or hauled water, we are looking at the home income, right? This is different than the methodology that Dan is talking about and how we assess, income for a whole community. When we enroll a household for interim assistance, we're making a eligibility determination at that point in time. Now, usually we agree to provide interim assistance for a year to 2 years, correct? And then that term comes to an end. Now, sometimes households come in and want to re-enroll and extend bottled water assistance. Now, given the terms of our agreements that we have with many of our providers who are here, the expectation is that our third-party providers review and confirm eligibility again. So if the household was to change their income at the time of potential renewal, they're no longer eligible, then we wouldn't be able to extend assistance. Yeah.
Thank you, Dan. Thank you, Kristen. And thank you for the questions. It is 10:39, 10:40. We'll take a 10-minute break. And then we'll come back for a presentation of the fund expenditure plan. There's restrooms outside the door. There's also water fountain. So it's going to move, take a quick break. And we're also going to work on our audio to check how to improve it. So we'll come back at 10:50.
Me if you can hear me. Can you hear me, Amelia? If I'm over here? What about if I'm over here? Can you hear me if I'm talking over here? Can you hear me?
Valley's on my list. Finish line for TA.
Can you hear me now?
I was trying to find a combination.
But I mean, it's like.
No balls are ever. Yeah.
You're gonna advance slides.
Just tell me.
Okay, all right, we're gonna start in the next minute or two. Folks can make their way back. 10 minutes went by fast. Thank you. And we go to the next slide. Thank you, Mandy, as well. All right, so we're gonna give it one more minute. We're gonna yield the floor to Kristen Apple, who's the Division of Drinking, the Division of Financial Assistance. Yeah. For the next presentation. Awesome. Thank you, Alma. Thank you, everybody, for being here. Appreciate the opportunity to talk about money. Yay. I think we all like talking about this topic.
Are we getting so?
It just depends. Are you gonna be sitting in your chair and listening? Alrighty. I want to apologize in advance. It's a lot of numbers. It's a lot of graphs. If you have questions, please raise your card. I think I'd prefer to maybe hover on a slide if you're like, I need help understanding this. So I'll be keeping my eyes out across the room for anyone putting their name tags up. And then Alma, if you guys can help me to see if anyone puts their hands up through Teams, or yeah, I appreciate it. Alrighty, we're going to talk about a lot of dollars. And this is the purpose of today's conversation around funding, is to help us prepare for next fiscal year. So we put out an annual fund expenditure plan. Next slide. We put out an annual fund expenditure plan for how we use one of our funding sources that we have available to support the SAFER program. It's called the fund expenditure plan. It goes through an extensive process every single year in getting developed. And that's what this flow chart kind of shows you, is how we develop this internally at the Water Board, where we have a draft of this is published. We try to meet with you guys. We put it out for public comment. We meet with you again. We do a board workshop where the board gets to hear a lot of the information that you guys are hearing. They get to talk about what we're proposing and some of the issues that we're raising. We then collect all the public comments. We revise what's in that draft document and then put it in front of the board for final adoption, fingers crossed. I will say that typically, and what we were hoping for today's meeting, is that we would be releasing the draft fund expenditure plan. But unfortunately, it is being shifted back into our schedule this year. So the draft isn't going to be released until later this summer. But we will be coordinating with our colleagues in OPEDA to make sure that we're either attending the SAFER Advisory Group #3 meeting, or we'll set up a separate meeting with you guys to really dig into what's in that draft document. But here is a bit of a preview of what's going to be playing into our recommendations. So let's go for it. So this is just, again, explaining all of the different things that go into our development of the FEP. You guys are in that circle. Thank you. Next slide. Okay. So I want to, before we start digging into the numbers, because it can get very confusing, I'm going to be bouncing back and forth between two bucket categories of information here. One is SAFER program accomplishments. The SAFER program, which I'll be talking about later too, has many different funding sources that we use to advance the goals of the program, both federal and state funding sources. We also have the one fund, the special one, the one that has a superhero cape because it does it all, the Safe and Affordable Drinking Water Fund. That one pot of money is the one that this document helps provide the guidance to us on how we use that money. I will be jumping back and forth between stats and data that talks about everything we're doing in the SAFER program and all of our funding sources. But then I'll also talk about the one special fund, the Safe and Affordable Drinking Water Fund, and how we've been using that pot of money. So if I'm ever talking about something and you're like, which one are you talking about? Just raise your hand and I'll try to clarify that for you. The slide that's up here is our accomplishments for the State Water Board in terms of funding that we've committed across the program. So this is both state and federal dollars this past fiscal year, only the first 3 quarters of the year. Big kudos to my staff here who've been working tirelessly all year to get these funding agreements executed, to amend work plans,
Lots of work has gone into this. We have TA providers here who've been integral in helping move the needle on some of these numbers. But we've amended work plans and technical assistance for nearly $15 million. We've committed funds to individual planning agreements to water systems. We've executed $127 million in new funding agreements and amendments. This number, by the way, is going up dramatically by the end of this fiscal year. We've provided interim assistance, bottled water, hauled water to 264 new domestic well households. We've tested more than 450 domestic wells for chemicals, and also we look at drought conditions as well. And we've drilled over 100 new domestic wells for folks whose wells have gone dry. Next slide, please. Again, I'm talking holistically. This is the whole program. These are all of our different funding sources and how much we have spent. We have, let's see, this was since 2019. So since the beginning of the SAFER program, we've committed nearly $2.3 billion towards priorities for this program. There's a lot of information on this graph. The left-hand side is breaking down all of the different funding sources we have for the program and showing you how much we've committed. You can see the Safe and Affordable Drinking Water Fund is the largest one that we've used to support the goals of the program. And on the far right-hand side, we break up what we've spent the Safe and Affordable Drinking Water Fund on. You can see the vast majority of it has actually gone to technical assistance and construction of long-term solutions. Everyone with me? Okay, next slide, please. This is that same information, but broken up a little bit differently. It's so that you can look at things proportionally. On the left-hand side, this is the Safe and Affordable Drinking Water Fund. It is, again, that special funding source that we have, which we try to utilize for most of the services and assistance that cannot be funded through our other funding sources. So that's why on the left-hand side, it looks very different than the right-hand side, which is our other funding sources that we have. This is like the Drinking Water State Revolving Fund, Prop 1. Those funding sources we predominantly use for construction. That's what the blue color is on the right. And again, on the left, we try to use our special funding source for those items that we can't typically cover with any of our other funding. Next slide, please. This is that data broken up again. It's the same data. It's just another view. And it's showing you per fiscal year where we have made commitments of the Safe and Affordable Drinking Water Fund. Okay, again, this is that funding source that we administer with the FEP, the Fund Expenditure Plan, which you guys help provide recommendations for. You can see that what we've done over the last many years is really commit technical assistance money, which is great. We've seen that that is one of the key ways that we can help failing and small communities access our construction funding, which is why we've made such big commitments to technical assistance. You can also see construction is pretty high there. That's the blue, followed by administrators, some O&M, and emergency interim assistance. All righty, next slide, please. Okay. Let's talk about what's coming up this fiscal year. So we're moving into the future. The fiscal year begins in July. This is our projected funding availability for next year. So this is what we think we have to spend next year. It's broken up by our different funding sources. So again, this is the full SAFER program, and the Safe and Affordable Drinking Water Fund is in there. It's that kind of bluish color, that's $99.7 million on the bottom right. So again, this infographic helps demonstrate, I think, the scale and proportion in which the funding source meshes with all of our other available funding. The top left is our Drinking Water State Revolving Fund. The top right is the Small Disadvantaged Community Emerging Contaminant Funding Source. That one is big, but it's limited. We can only use that funding source for public water systems that are addressing emerging contaminants like PFAS, and manganese, 123 TCP. There's a very limited list of contaminants we can use that funding source for. Very exciting. We now have the authority to start providing Prop 4 funds, which we're very excited about. Prop 4 is on the bottom left. And we have, again, additional state funds on the bottom right. Bruce, I saw you kind of.
Yeah, I'm sorry, you piqued my interest when you said manganese. Can you repeat what you said there?
Yeah, so manganese
Right.
for the federal emerging contaminant list is considered an EC, an emerging contaminant. So we're able to use the small disadvantaged community emerging contaminant funding to help address systems with manganese issues. What's also great about that funding source is that you don't have to be above the MCL to qualify. So, and this is a big deal, especially for schools that are public water systems. If they have a manganese issue, even if they're not above the MCL, they can still qualify for that funding.
Thank you.
Yep. Next slide, please. This is a nice little breakdown. I think a lot of folks usually ask, like, what funding sources can be used for what? And this is showing you how we break out when we're getting assistance requests, the different funding sources we can pull from. I think what's important to note here again is those columns where the Safe and Affordable Drinking Water Fund is the only funding source that we are able to use to support those services. So just calling out interim supplies, that means bottled water and hauled water, and emergency repairs, administrator assistance, operations and maintenance assistance. I would also highlight this also includes our technical assistance for private TA providers. NGO TA providers can be funded through other funding sources. When we have communities that are reaching out to us for assistance, they don't get to choose what funding source they come in from. The way that it works is they say, hey, we have a project, this is our issue, and then whether or not they're eligible, our staff decides which funding source is the best one to use to support their project. That helps really simplify the process for communities because this can be very challenging for anyone to try to navigate. Next slide.
Hey, Kristen, can I ask a question?
Go ahead, Soren.
Yeah, Soren Nelson with Aqua. Did I see on a previous slide that technical assistance was the largest recipient of funding from the Safe and Affordable Drinking Water Fund, or was that just the overall?
No, that's correct. Go back. This one, yes. So technical assistance here is where we've made our largest commitments from the Safe and Affordable Drinking Water Fund since the beginning of the program.
Okay. And then on the slide that you were just on that showed which fund could be used for which application.
Yes.
I see a lot of other funds that can be used for technical assistance. Can you just help me understand why the proportion of funding from the Safe and Affordable Drinking Water Fund is so high for TA when there are so many other funding sources?
That's a great question, and I appreciate it. Two things. Adam, did you want to answer that one? Okay. Yeah, so we have technical assistance providers within kind of two buckets. One these are for-profit TA providers like GHD here with Adam. These are engineering firms that we have qualified as technical assistance providers and who have been really great partners with the Water Board in advancing long-term solutions for our struggling communities. We cannot use our other funding sources to support technical assistance to for-profit entities. Historically, we've used the Drinking Water SRF set-aside funds to support our TA program, but that had been limited. This is federal rules. We've been limited to NGOs only. So when we got the Safe and Affordable Drinking Water Fund, it really helped open our pool of qualified technical assistance providers. Now, many of our technical assistance providers are providing assistance to both domestic well state small communities, public water system communities. They're providing a full breadth of different services underneath their agreements with us. Now, again, our other federal funding sources sometimes limit where we can provide assistance to, and that is more restrictive in how we operate our program. The Safe and Affordable Drinking Water Fund is much more expansive. So we wanted to use that funding source to support our TA program for both our for-profit and nonprofit TA providers in order to ensure that we're able to provide the assistance to all the community that we need. It gives us that much more flexibility. Does that help answer your question?
Yeah, totally. Thank you very much.
Kristen, go ahead, Bruce, and then Jim Sullivan online also has that. Sure. All right.
Yeah, so, Kristen, I wanted to, the Safe and Affordable Drinking Water Fund is federal dollars exclusively?
No, that's state money.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So, well, then, let me rephrase it. Let me read the question. Of this projected 815 million, there's federal dollars in there.
Yes.
And what's the certainty of those federal dollars?
For this coming fiscal year, this is fairly certain. We're pretty good on that, especially the federal dollars. So the federal dollars for everyone is the Drinking Water State Revolving Fund, the top left dark blue corner, as well as the top right small disadvantaged disadvantaged emerging contaminant funding. We also have, as part of the Drinking Water SRF, I think we looped it in together, is the Biden era infrastructure funding, which is this is our last year in getting that tranche of federal dollars. So moving forward, that top square is going to be significantly smaller because our base drinking water SRF funding is much lower.
Thank you.
Yeah, and the emerging contaminant funds, we won't be getting more of that, and that funding is going to be expiring. Now the bottom, everything on the bottom that you see is state dollars. And obviously no more Prop 1, no more Prop 68. The GGRF funds were a one-time only transfer. The Safe and Affordable Drinking Water Fund, that depends on the sale of greenhouse gas, the GGRF fund, and what we get allocated each year. And then Prop 4, as you guys know, is a certain amount of funding just for the next few years. So we're getting most of it this year, next, and then it will peter out and we won't get any more. Next slide. Oh, wait, yeah.
Jim Sullivan, I know you had your hand raised.
Yeah, no, I think it was answered. It looks like the SAFER program itself then is a little lower this next year because of the greenhouse gas initiative. Is that right, that it's kind of disappearing? So it's the 99.7 would be the SAFER specific funds that would be allocated. Is that right?
So the funding here, the 100 million for the Safe and Affordable Drinking Water Fund, actually reflects our carryover balance from this year and does not reflect the anticipated appropriations for the fund for 26-27.
Okay.
Due to the reauthorization of the fund and how things are determined, without getting overly complicated, we used to know before the fiscal year how much we were getting. But now we're not going to know how much we're getting for the fund until the end of that fiscal year. So we won't know until springtime in 26-27 how much funding we're getting for the Safe and Affordable Drinking Water Fund. So therefore, our planning for that money is switching. So instead of being able to plan ahead, we're going to be, for 26-27, we're going to be planning for the funding that we just found out we got in 26-27.
Cool, thanks.
Yeah, and we're not sure how much that will be. Yes.
So sorry, that's 99 million is just carryover?
That's correct.
Okay.
And you'll have to kind of keep track of markets on how much we might get in 26-27 for purposes of spending in 27-28. Any other questions before I move on? Okay, next slide. Next slide. So this kind of gets to that carryover balance. We've had the Safe and Affordable Drinking Water Fund is our most flexible funding source. You'll hear me say that over and over again. It's also unique in that the funding doesn't expire, which is awesome. All of our other funding sources typically have a timeline associated with it. We need to get it encumbered and spent by certain dates. So we've always tried to be very frugal, if you will, and thoughtful in how we are committing safe and affordable drinking water fund monies. When we look at this year, when we were starting to learn about the changes in how we're going to get funding allocated, we started to see if we can maximize our carryover of the safe and affordable drinking water fund into this year, knowing that we were not going to know how much to spend, essentially. So we've done some fund shifts and done everything we can to maximize our dollar amount going into next year. And this shows you kind of where we had remaining targets that we didn't quite meet this year because of some of these changes. I know this is a little complicated, but happy to sit here if anyone has questions about that. Go ahead, Bruce.
So on your last on pilots,
yes.
Says the remaining target is 5 million, but the bottom says 0. But is that, help me understand that?
It means that we haven't executed any new agreements or amendments this fiscal year towards our pilot programs. And it's something that we're planning for the next fiscal year. You'll see that reflected in the next fund expenditure plan.
Thank you.
Yep. Okay, next slide, please. Well, I know we've been tackling a lot of these questions as we've gone along, but just wanted to see if anyone else had any additional questions around our funding outlook for next year and what we've been committing over the last few fiscal years. Go ahead.
I think I just need to clarify, maybe it's just to have you repeat it really.
Sure.
When you think you might know the safe and affordable drinking water fund money that is in addition to the carryover, and you said something, it would be spent 27, 28. So we'll find out. And will that be in the fund expenditure? Can you just go?
Yeah. Yeah. And also tune in for the drinking water SRF IUP workshop, because we'll go over this also in detail, because you know they're all related.
Yeah.
But essentially, up until this fiscal year, we had $130 million backstop to the safe and affordable drinking water fund. We knew we were going to get $130 million kind of every year. It's supposed to go out to 2030. But now with the changes in the tier structure to the GGRF funding source, which funds the safe and affordable drinking water fund, we've lost the backstop for the program. We're not guaranteed the $130 million. And we are in tier 3. The safe and affordable drinking water fund is in tier 3 of how the allocation of the GGRF every year gets sliced and diced across many different programs across the state. Now, because we don't have that guaranteed backstop, we have to wait until all of the cap and invest proceeds are calculated after quarterly sales throughout the fiscal year. And then it's going to take some time to figure out, okay, well, how much do the folks, the funding in tier 3 get? That's why we're not going to know how much we're getting for fiscal year 26-27 until the end of that fiscal year, because they have to figure out what the proceeds are and how much money is left over at the end of the day for folks who are in tier 3.
So like August.
I don't think August, it'd be more in the springtime, in probably May.
This fiscal year starts July 1st.
Yeah, and so it's not.
And then you got.
Oh, I was thinking the end of this fiscal year.
No.
In like a few months.
That's why
where
we're calling it kind of the gap year in terms of planning, which is why we can only rely on carryover funds for FY 26-27. We can't commit funding and spend money that we don't know what it's going to be.
Yeah.
So we're relying only on carryover funds for fiscal year 26-27. So when we put out the fund expenditure plan, it'll be based on that dollar amount.
Okay.
Right. And then when we're doing the 27-28 fund expenditure plan, and when we're talking to all of you guys next year, it's going to be based off of what we learn we're getting for 26-27. It's just shifting the year in which we plan for funding.
Yeah, I understand. No, you answered my question. I was tripped up on the timeline, I think.
Oh, it tripped us up too. It took us a while to get that all figured out.
Thank you.
There's one more question online, and then we'll go with Juan. Angeliza and Juan Cano.
Thanks, Alma. Yeah, sorry, I'm literally like in and out a lot right now because my organization has been following the cap and invest item around SAFER. So yeah, definitely appreciate sort of the reiteration with the uncertainty that we're kind of facing right now with SAFER investments. But I think that there's definitely a lot of room still for many of us to still stay coordinated with how we ensure that carryover like still meaningfully invests in like certain services that SAFER kind of like funds. And so I think part of, if someone can go back to slide 34, so there's a couple of things. So, I mean, I'm working very closely with self-help around the interim services with certain domestic well communities like Perry Colony and Fresno County. And I guess that some of the things that I'm sort of noticing is the separation between how interim services would still be available for domestic well communities to receive those services while they're searching for a long-term solution. In this case with Perry Colony, it's consolidating. I think that I can't really see the alignment with numbers, but it would be great to kind of just hear from staff about like what those conversations look like around aligning around like interim services to support communities that are actually like looking for long-term solution, so that way, like in the case of Perry Colony, since they're only going to be funded for 5 years for interim services, that those 5 years don't really just cut them off completely. There's a consideration for them to still continue to receive interim services while they're actually like committing to the long term, which is consolidating. So I hope that came out a little bit good, because I know right now there's a lot of talking in the room. But the other thing that I also wanted to point out was I'm not really sure how this graph or even like the numbers are equitably addressing non-alluvial aquifer areas. So in this case, like the mount communities that in this case right now, under the existing FEP, they're only allowed 1 year to receive interim services, which does not include any type of support to see how they can actually plan for a permanent solution. So I think that there needs to be a little bit of just like, I guess, like discussion around like, what are we doing like in terms of like continuing to coordinate with TA to align both the interim services with long-term solutions. But even especially with like mount communities, like how are we also making sure that we're supporting these like communities that do need not only support on the interim side, but also that they need to be supported in finding that long-term solution to access clean water in their region. So I know that was like a super loaded kind of like comment / question, but I think that for me, because like the numbers don't really like speak about what coordination looks like, it would be great to kind of just hear from staff if they're able to share just kind of like what those discussions have been looking like with TA.
Thanks, Angela. I think that's a great question, and it's something that's really important to our program. If we're providing interim services to a community, we really want to make sure that they are looking towards the future and implementing a long-term solution so that they're not dependent on interim services. Now, it is one of the requirements for interim service is that the household or the community has to be working towards that long-term solution. And as you know, we are providing technical assistance to Perry Colony to explore and try to move forward with consolidation. And that's how we are integrating our interim assistance with our long-term solutions internally. It's a huge priority for us. Now, we do have the data that will show where communities that are receiving interim services are in the process of pursuing a long-term solution. And that's something that we're hoping to integrate into the fund expenditure plan so that that data is available and public. We also have information and data mapped out so you can see where the services and commitments to funding have been made across the state. The challenge that you brought up, though, around long-term provision, or very long-term provision of interim services while these solutions are being implemented, because they can have very long construction timelines. That is, again, dependent on funding availability as well. So we are continuing to provide interim services to folks, and then based on how funding availability is in the future, will be a consideration of the board when they're determining how to prioritize funding in the fund expenditure plan.
I will also add that at the next part of the conversation, DFA is going to be diving deep into interim solutions, operations and maintenance, consolidations, and technical assistance, and we'll be talking about some of those challenges. And then in the afternoon, that is what the afternoon discussion is going to be focused on, hearing your feedback around how we address the challenges that Angela brought up around those 4 categories. So just want to tee that up for the next part of the discussion.
Adriana.
Thank you. And I see Juan Cano, and then Wajiha, and then Destiny.
All right, so Juan with Self-Help Enterprises. I guess I just want to ask, and I'm not sure if you have the information on this or not, but what are you guys projecting, what are you guys estimating, you guys are hoping to get for the SAD fund when all the information was passed down, and you know what receiving? Any information on that?
Yeah, so the Department of Finance has put out, projections for the Safe and Affordable Drinking Water Fund. And currently we're estimating around $50 million for local assistance that we would be getting at the end of FY 26-27.
Wajiha Noor?
Yeah, hi, this is Vijaya with Eastern. I just wanted to understand slide number 35. So I see some of those funds are executed and some are remaining targets. So this is coming from last year fund expenditure plan, that these are already commitments that you made. Are they part of the 100 million for this fiscal year?
No, these are not. So everything that's been executed and committed is captured in what we've already spent. The $100 million is what we have available going into next fiscal year to be spending. Okay. And so when we put together, based on your feedback and recommendations and what the board ultimately decides, we're going to be putting together our targets for next year on how to spend that carryover fund.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
Yep, great question.
And Destiny Rodriguez.
Yes, so given that construction funding, the demand remains very high, what are strategies that are being considered to accelerate permanent infrastructure solutions?
That's a great question, Destiny. It's hard, infrastructure takes time. We all know that is true, especially for a lot of our small disadvantaged communities that often struggle with TMF capacity, access to land, lots and lots of issues. One of the things that we're doing within the Division of Finance to try to move projects forward more quickly is to help them secure construction funding more upfront in the planning process. So we are expanding our expedited drinking water grant program, which allows projects to secure construction funding earlier, where they have perhaps only 30% design, draft preliminary engineering reports, where their financial review and environmental have not been completed yet. And by securing funding upfront in that planning process, it usually helps create a bit more momentum for projects to move forward more quickly and to get through the project before that funding expires. So that's one of the methods that we're using to try to move projects forward more quickly.
And then we'll do one last one, Eric, and then we'll go to the next.
Yeah, thank you. Eric Oriana with Leadership Council. I had one clarifying question and a couple of comments. There was a discussion earlier about the technical assistance allowance for allocation. And a lot of it has come from the Safe and Affordable Drinking Water Fund. I was wondering, since TA is eligible for like the drinking water SRF, have you guys, I just was wondering what percent of like what's allowed to be used for TA has been used from the BWSRF program?
So I can't remember the percentage exactly, but we're limited in how much of the set aside we can put towards technical assistance. But over the last few years, we have not put that towards technical assistance. We've used the Safe and Affordable Drinking Water Fund, and we have used that set aside for construction projects instead, for long-term solutions. Yeah. But again, the board can decide how to prioritize that each year with the Drinking Water SRF IUP and then with the FEP.
And then I think just a couple of comments in regards to the funding that's available right now. I think one of the things that's challenging is we don't know how much money we'll have available, and what's forecasted is really a disappointing number because it's less than half what was promised to California communities a few years ago. And so I think it's disappointing that we don't have those commitments followed through from the legislature and the governor's office. And so we'd love to see, those commitments followed through on. But in terms of the program, what to allocate funding towards, I think there's a lot of funding going towards technical assistance. I think that's really important because there's a lot of communities that still need support. I was looking at the Safer Dashboard and there's like the tab where who's not receiving funding yet. There's some communities still out there that are not receiving funding. So getting TA to help access funding is so critical. So continue to encourage the division to prioritize technical assistance. Again, interim assistance as well is critical, and I think important to continue to see what other programs or TSA programs or CVSOF programs that can help cover their fair share so that the Safe and Affordable Drinking Water Fund is not used when there's other resources available. And then finally, I'd like to see more funding for administrator support and with administrator funding. For example, there's a community that we're working with, and we were told that there's not really funding available for them to receive an administrator, but that type of community is like really a key community that needs administrator funding. So we just encourage to continue to fund administrative work. And then TA, I think just one thing about the TA is like continuing to fund it into the completion of the project. And there's a lot that once you get the funding to continue the project, complete the project, or complete the application, there's still a lot of support that's needed for the water systems until like projects are completely constructed. So just continue to encourage the board to supporting those water systems to the final completion of the project. So thank you.
Thanks, Eric. I do want to point out, because it can be challenging sometimes to wrap your head around it if you're not knees deep in it like we are every day. But the way that our technical assistance commitments work at the Water Board is that we're adding funding onto master grant agreements that we have with TA providers. So you can see there's a bit of a lull between 2022 and 25, 26. And that's because we do multi-year commitments to our grant agreements with TA providers so that we can ensure that they have funding to meet the demand over the next few years. So in FY 25-26, per this past fund expenditure plan, the board made the commitment to fund technical assistance providers for the next 3 fiscal years. So that's why that number is so high. It doesn't represent spending within the year, technically, like within communities, but it represents a commitment to all of our TA providers and the work that they'll be doing over the next few years. So just wanted to clarify that's what you're seeing here.
Thank you, Kristen. Well, thank you, Norma Mesla. I know we touched on it earlier, but just to clarify our question, my question is, so you have a TA funding and you apply for that, grant or not grant, and you apply for construction. or another grant at the same time as like a dual application?
So technical assistance kind of falls within two categories. And, James here, if you have any questions about it, James oversees that program. But we provide planning assistance through technical assistance. This helps a community figure out what's the infrastructure project that they want to apply for construction funding for. Now, when you come in for technical assistance, that planning process can take years depending on the complexity of the problem, right? Now, once you get through that, we fund through technical assistance, help in supporting you in completing a construction application. You submit that, and now you're starting the grant application process for that. So usually you can't do it in parallel because you can't apply for construction funding until you've figured out what the solution is you're trying to fund. But once you get to that stage in your planning and TA where you're ready to apply for construction funding, we usually have overlapping services where our construction PMs, project managers, are working with our technical assistance project managers to help expedite you through our funding pipeline. So no limit, but just work through the process. Yeah.
Thank you, Kristen. And with that, we're going to go to the next slide. We're going to transition to the next presentation that will be on the categories of eligibilities and challenges. And it will be presented by Jeff Wetzel and James Barrett. Thank you, Kristen. And thank you, James, also for the link over to this.
Yes, yeah, I figured.
To the audio.
Great. Yeah, thank you, everyone. And thank you. I think that last question kind of kicked off this next discussion, so pretty aptly timed. I'll start us off by digging into funding eligibility and challenges. I'll be talking about the technical assistance funding, GTA program, and then Jeff will follow up with interim and O&M challenges as well and eligibilities. Next slide, please. So to Norma's, yes? Definitely. To Norma's question, I think this slide digs into some of what you were getting at with the technical assistance program. So as Kristen mentioned, technical assistance, it provides a wide range of planning services for small water systems. And so the TA program can either provide, it's two forms of direct support through technical assistance. We provide this planning support, and we also provide what's called capacity development technical assistance. So on the planning support side, these are our specifically scoped planning projects that are helping communities, go from problem to solution. So they identify a problem, prepare an engineering document, looking at like a feasibility study, looking at the feasible alternatives, identifying a feasible alternative, taking that planning into development of plans and specifications, development of an environmental document, really anything that's needed to develop a funding application to then take that project to the next phase, which is implementation. And as Kristen mentioned, that process sometimes can take multiple years depending on the complexities of the project. So that's our what we call planning technical assistance approach. And then on the other side, we provide capacity development. And these are specific TA services that may be needed or required of a system to improve their technical, managerial, and financial capacity. So the TMF of a water system and helping to bolster the reliability of the system. So those captive services are things like income surveys. TA provides help with rate studies and rate setting, also board operator training and other services. And so these captive TA assignments can be individual assignments to our TA providers, or oftentimes they are looped in to those larger planning efforts. So you'll have an ongoing planning project that's identifying an issue and a solution for a community, and on the side also helping with this TMF development. Next slide. And so here, this is just to get you thinking about the eligibilities of the technical assistance program. And what you see on the slide here, these are our current eligibilities. I'm sure you're aware of, they're in the current fund expenditure plan. Right now, technical assistance eligibility, and we're really prioritizing based off of the safer status of the water system. So top priority are the failing and at risk of failing water systems, moderate income communities, disadvantaged communities, severely disadvantaged communities with a failing or at-risk status would be eligible based on the current criteria for planning, technical assistance, and capacity development. So the whole suite of TA. Now the caveat there is that the project does need to be addressing the drivers of their failing or at-risk status. So you can't have a system that comes in for TA, but it's not addressing that driver of their failing status. There will be discussion and question around scoping the project to address those issues as a priority. Then going down the list, a potentially at risk of failing system would only be eligible for capacity development, technical assistance, and right now our eligibilities do not extend to not at risk of failing systems. And if it is a non-DAC system, the eligibilities only extend to failing water system for planning and captive. And then as you see on the right side, though, there are different considerations for consolidation projects. So if it is clear that potential consolidation for a system is likely to be the solution, we do open up technical assistance eligibilities and extend it kind of across the board, regardless of safer status. We will help to evaluate a consolidation solution for systems. Next slide. And then just kind of rounding out, some of the challenges we've identified with the technical assistance program. I think there's, obviously this is not an exhaustive list of challenges, but these are some of the key challenges that we've been kind of evaluating and looking to address internally, and I know also looking for feedback as well. The first is work plan amendment approval timelines. So this has been a challenge with the technical assistance program. Kind of stems from scoping of a technical assistance project from the outset. And historically, we've set aside, project scopes in work plans that allocate technical assistance dollars from a master agreement to a specific planning project as part of a work plan. And that has also brought the need to identify specific scope items, such as an engineering document to be developed and evaluate a potential alternative as part of an explicit TA scope. And then historically, we've needed to then at that point work with our TA providers to scope out additional items in a work plan, which would trigger the need for an amendment process. So anytime a work plan does need to be amended, this does introduce a step where a work plan needs to be submitted to DFA, reviewed, approved, and that can introduce additional time to a planning project. So that's one challenge that we've been looking at, is minimizing the time associated with processing work plan amendments. And then tying to that, another challenge, I think it's across the board for planning work, but specifically for technical assistance, we've been looking at work plan deliverable timelines and primarily trying to meet our goal of completing planning work within 2.5 years. And right now, we're looking at this goal within the technical assistance program. We've seen that the median time to complete and close out a work plan is actually 2 years right now. So we're under that 2.5 years to close out a work plan, which sounds good. We're meeting that. But then we've also looked at our currently active work plans, and right now the median age of an active work plan with active planning that's ongoing is 2.7 years. So that indicates that our current swath of active planning projects is already beyond that 2.5 years. So finding ways to expedite and address that drawn out timeline, getting deliverables and planning done prior to that 2.5 years is a continual challenge as well. The next challenge is coordination between stakeholders. And this is a broad topic, and Kristen touched on it briefly in some of her presentation. I mean, when we have these technical assistance projects assigned, they tend to develop large stakeholder groups. There's a lot of interests. Obviously, we work with the technical assistance project manager at DFA. We coordinate with the TA provider and with OPIDA, as well as our colleagues at Division of Drinking Water in both the field operations branch at the district office and also the Safer Engagement Group. So you see, you know, the stakeholder group tends to grow, and you can have competing interests and priorities for the system. So really just trying to find ways to streamline coordination between stakeholders to help, again, streamline the planning process has been a challenge. And then, you know, recently over the last couple of years, you know, we've started looking at reimbursing receiving water system staff time as part of our eligible work plan scopes. This has been one area that we've noticed has kind of helped increase the pace of planning projects and move projects along, because it can be a sticking point, you know, getting a specific receiving water systems engineers time to review an engineering document reimbursed. Traditionally, those costs are reimbursed down the road as part of an implementation project. We've been looking at opening up TA to allow for reimbursement of those costs under our planning effort. The challenge there is then that introduces a relatively new demand on the TA program. So it's finding the best ways to really prioritize when to allow reimbursement of a receiving water systems cost versus having those be reimbursed down the road as part of a construction implementation project. And then finally, I guess the last challenge listed here is another challenge I think applies across the board for a lot of planning efforts, is getting commitment from a receiving water system when we're looking at evaluating consolidation. Trying to get that commitment of a receiving system to be the funding applicant for the implementation funding from DFA. A lot of those discussions can be drawn out. That is the preference, that the receiving system does receive implementation funding, because then they will be responsible for the ongoing operation and maintenance of any infrastructure that's you know, built and implemented as part of the consolidation project. So the sooner we're able to bring on a receiving water system, get that commitment in the process, the sooner the planning effort can transition from TA to a construction project. I think those are the slides we have for technical assistance. Hand it over to Jeff.
Thank you, James.
Good morning, everybody. I'll continue the discussion here with interim assistance. And this is basically or largely bottled water and hauled water assistance, although in some small cases we do have point of use categorized as interim assistance. So the eligibility criteria for this is a small disadvantaged community or severely disadvantaged water system or low income household. If we're talking about public water systems, we limit this assistance to a water system or community that has a population of 1,000 people or less. And depending on the community and everything, that's maybe around 300 or so connections. And largely due to just logistics of, you know, delivering bottled water to that many people is quite a feat. For water quality eligibility, our FEP, or current FEP, says that the water system has to be failing and exceeding an acute primary MCL. Or for water outages, the system has to be out of water, no water service. And then obviously, if there's unique situations where a water system is doing like emergency repairs or something of that nature, for that short period of those repairs and construction, interim assistance can be considered or is eligible there. Next slide, please. Just to give folks a kind of a current snapshot of the interim assistance that we have to date for public water systems. There's about 117 water systems. 60 of those are schools getting bottled water. Most of them are failing, as you can see from the pie chart there on the left. We do have some unique situations where they're either not failing or at risk, but they are receiving bottled water. And then the kind of the take-home message there for this advisory group is, looking back, it's costing the SAFER program about $3 million a year on average for interim assistance to these water systems. And then the median duration that they're receiving these is about 3.5 years. Next slide, please. So then to kind of walk into some of the challenges that we're seeing here, and we just touched on it on the previous slide, but the duration of services, you put a water system or a community on bottled water, they can be on bottled water for a long time while that long-term solution takes its planning course and construction. And then that in turn also has that ongoing cost on the SAFER program for providing those services during this window. Next challenge is overlapping services for the other entities implementing alternative compliance or mitigation programs. For those that were at the Salinas Advisory Group meeting in December of last year, we had a whole item on this. We have the management zones that are implementing nitrate control programs, as well as the groundwater sustainability agencies and their dry well mitigation programs throughout the state that are providing, similar services in similar areas. And it has provided, or it proposes a coordination challenge or coordination effort that we've been focusing on. Next up is clearly defined eligibility criteria and consistent messaging. So I mentioned, this year that for water quality, it's an acute primary MCL threshold for interim solutions in bottled water. And if you think about it, interim solutions in bottled water goes back before SAFER, right? Some of these assistance has started in 2017, 2018. And so throughout over the years, it's been funding decisions based off of different documents or different eligibility criteria within that year. And then obviously starting with SAFER in 2019 and 2020, we then had these really concrete fund expenditure plan and policy documents to rely on for this eligibility criteria. But over the years, it's been slightly changing, and especially going that far back in time, it looked differently. So it's kind of one of the challenges to really clearly define what these eligibility criteria are, and then also message that out to the communities. And then that parlays right into the next point here. Public water systems and schools currently receiving bottled water may no longer be eligible per current FEP criteria. And this is, hinting at the failing for an acute primary MCLs. So we do have schools and water systems that are on bottled water that don't meet this eligibility criteria any longer. And some of them have come to the end of their grant agreement and have submitted amendment requests. And we've been kind of working through what that decision looks like given the FEP and the eligibility criteria as it stands today. And then utilizing point of use as the interim solution where long-term solutions is further out, longer than 5 years. So I think generally in years past, point of use was not looked at as for a long-term solution. It was just more of an interim solution. We kind of want to think about it as an interim solution if we can, especially where long-term solutions are so far out. If you talk about point of use systems for water systems, they have to go through a pilot study with our Division of Drinking Water and formal approvals. And so it can be a long process, but is really something that we can think about. And I think we started thinking about it a little bit more as more of a strong interim solution. Next slide, please. Okay, so leaving interim solutions behind us and now talking about consolidations. These two slides basically kind of talk about consolidation challenges. One of the first ones up here is participating water systems may not be eligible to act as a funding recipient. So if we have a small failing mobile home park or some other water system, in those circumstances, they aren't able to be the funding recipient for a variety of different reasons. And that poses a challenge. And then the receiving water system necessarily doesn't want to step in and be the funding recipient because it carries such a high burden to be the grant administration and carry that project implementation there. I'll point out right here too, where it says tribes are not eligible. That's just specific for the expedited drinking water grant funding program. Tribes are an eligible funding recipient for some of our other funding programs, but for the expedited, I just want to point out it's just for that. Receiving water systems may not prioritize the funding application project since the project may not be benefiting their systems. I think we've run into this, right, where we're trying to approach different water systems that are in a better situation that could be a larger system that consumes the smaller one. But the motivation is just not quite there for that water system to take on that burden. And it's a struggle to get them to the table and also for them to kind of really be critical in the project implementation. Some of the other challenges we can mention here, securing commitment to consolidate. We just heard a little bit from James on that front for consolidations. If we're talking about maybe domestic wells or other situations, we really want those communities and connections to commit to the consolidation project up front and kind of get it in motion so we know the scope of it. That can be a challenge. I already mentioned identification of a funding recipient. In some situations, it's hard to find an entity that will take that role on for the project. And the next 3 bullet points kind of all go together. Consolidation projects, as we know, have infrastructure normally associated with them, sometimes new infrastructure, as well as updating old ones. And having those property rights be secured, collecting right-of-way entry for some domestic well laterals is a challenge. And then just an overall kind of funding recipients' concerns about constructing on private property. And also want to mention here that I think we know these consolidation projects take so long from the start to finish with all the different pieces, all the different entities, and then construction. So challenges really do arise at all different points, right? Very early, maybe for securing the intent, or then maybe at the end when you start to have like property right access kind of fall apart or rear its ugly head as a potential issue. So consolidation projects take a while, and throughout that process, you do see challenges pop up at all different phases. And then the last one here is just high project costs. We normally have a good amount of dollar signs associated with these consolidation projects. Next slide, please. Okay, on to my last topic here for direct operation and maintenance assistance. I shared this slide, I think, with the group probably last time, but I'll share it again. This is what the direct operation and maintenance assistance grant agreements look like for the life of the SAFER program since July of 2019. There's about 15 that are associated with our administrators. We have 5 grant agreements for rate subsidies, and then 3 for high treatment costs. I will point out too that, I mean, this is direct operation and maintenance support agreements. All the planning and construction grant agreements that we do ultimately does support, you know, the long-term affordability and the operation maintenance of the system. Those construction costs won't get incorporated into a rate study, and the ratepayers don't have to incur that. But if you're talking about just our really focused O&M support, this is what the universe looks like. Next slide, please. And then for some of the challenges with that, supporting the affordability of water while also improving system sustainability. This is really getting at kind of if we're doing direct O&M assistance to be targeted or surgical in that sense. You know, there should be an on-ramp where the assistance comes in, helps out the community for a period of time, and then has an off-ramp for whatever reason. And sometimes that situation with projects and communities always doesn't present itself. And, you know, ongoing in perpetuity of O&M support is not something the program really wants to do, but we do want to do it in improving the system sustainability. Clearly identifying an affordable threshold. This is targeted at the affordability mark. This has been, you know, I won't say a moving target, but we've said 2.5% of the median household income is kind of the starting point for affordability of a community. And we've been working with that, but I'm not sure too much work has gone into that number. And I think clearly identifying what affordability could look like going forward is still an important piece. Challenges of providing operation and maintenance ahead of a long-term solution, where that solution may be years out. This kind of goes into the providing O&M in perpetuity type thing, or for a really long period of time. If we have a community that's going to be consolidated in the next couple of years, but needs O&M support for that window, that's great. If we have a community that's passed a rate study that's going to get rid of debt, and that kind of goes away in 5 years, that's also ideal. But if that long-term solution for affordability is way down the road, I think that presents a challenge for the dollar signs and what the program can assist with. And then lastly, just public overall awareness of O&M support. I think most of the people in this room are aware of it, and some of our other players and parts of the state know about it. But generally, the word still needs to kind of get out that O&M is a type of assistance that we can use in our solutions here at the State Water Board. Excellent.
Thank you, Jeff. So we have a few, we'll check online. One thing I know it's close to 12. We'll go to 12:10 with Q&A, questions. When we come back, we can continue following up with more questions and discussion, and then we'll have breakout groups. So just to kind of also give some folks time to think through also their questions. I see Kristen Dobbin and then Adam Nash.
Yeah, I'll save my ideas for the breakout groups, but 2 questions on slide 47. Jeff, can you clarify how you're defining differently administrator general O&M versus rate subsidy? Like, how are those 2 different?
Sure. So for administrators, there's 15 water systems that have appointed administrators in the state, and each of those basically have an O&M agreement that supports that and allows those administrators to run this water system like they need.
So those are all administrators, and then rate subsidy is separate.
Yeah, and then rate subsidy is separate. Those are the communities that we've worked with that have high affordability or really high water rates, and that we're providing temporary support to reduce those rates per month for a period of time.
Great. And then my second one is more of a comment. You're kind of mentioning this like off ramp, moving forward. How do you get off of O&M? And I would say, if I think back to the origin of this idea of subsidizing operation and maintenance for our systems that have the highest costs, I feel like the expectation was always that it wasn't interim. I disagree with the idea that the fund thought that this was an interim solution. And I think those high treatment costs, there isn't necessarily a solution to that. So if the reality is that SAFER is being cut and we can't keep doing that, that's one thing, but I just want to kind of challenge this framing that O&M support was supposed to be interim. So that's just my comment there.
And Adam Roush.
Thank you, Adam Roush here. Thank you both for your presentations. I have one question for each of you. So starting with Jeff, I think a lot of times the urgent drinking water needs or interim kind of solutions are foreseeable, at least from where I sit. I wonder if there's any appetite for TA to include an urgent drinking water needs application ahead of eligibility, so it's prepared, and the minute they cross that threshold, we can send.
That's a good thought. Interesting.
Jeff, could you also, do you mind repeating also that question?
Oh yeah.
Make sure folks online
Good.
also.
Yeah. Adam posed the idea that water systems are foreseeable for needing interim solutions at some point in time, and whether there could be an already established grant agreement that will be ready to assist when that happens. I mean, it's a good idea. I haven't obviously thought about it that much. My initial response is that it would lock up funding and be committed, and then maybe not utilized if the water systems are not come to be received. So
I can tell you, I can list for 3 of them what month this is going to happen. So I'll leave it there. For James, I know that you had the list of challenges for technical assistance, and I was wondering if terms of the grant, the eventual financing awards, was still in that category. I know that had been brought up much earlier, and Robert Mulaney had talked about oftentimes getting to that last mile and then having a hard time reconciling grant recipients with the terms. Is that still an active pain point, or is this largely been resolved, or?
I don't know, Kristen probably has thoughts. I know we have our like standard like grant agreement language that is available for recipients to review ahead of time. I know that does come up on a project by project basis. I think that's been resolved in many cases. But it seems to be one of those items that could come up individually.
I would argue it's still an issue. You know, is it pervasive? No, but is it an issue where it happens enough where we get irked by it? Yes. You know, we, especially with expedited and some of our consolidation projects, each project is unique and different. And in some cases, as much as we prefer not to, we are often creating a unique set of special conditions around each funding agreement, depending again on the circumstances of the project, you know, and that's where it can create a little bit of time at the very end of the entire already long process where we're trying to fine tune what those are. But then when we are negotiating or sharing those terms with the funding recipient, things come up. Sometimes a lawyer on the other side hasn't been brought on into the fold yet. And it's only when they get the very last piece of it, the draft agreement, where all of a sudden, you know, we're kind of going back and forth. But we've made a lot of strides to try to get ahead of that where we think it may occur, but it's still going to happen.
And I also see Eric Orellana and Soren, and I just want to remind, we'll welcome any clarifying questions. If there's any recommendations, we'll hold on to those when we come back after lunch. And then Jim Sullivan, we'll also see your hand up. Go ahead, Eric.
Yeah, so before I ask her, into like the discussion questions here, what is the breakout format for when we come back? Is it, because earlier in one of the PowerPoints it was like per theme? Is it still per theme or like?
So when we come back, the first breakout will be on the challenges and eligibility, and we have it in based on the categories. It'll be O&M, interim assistance, TA, and consolidation.
So each of those groups will be separate?
I'm sorry. We'll have, based on the folks that are here, we'll have 3 breakout groups for folks in person, 1 virtually, but everyone will discuss all 4 categories. And I think folks can also decide if there's maybe prioritize on a couple categories, depending also on folks' experiences and recommendations.
Okay, thank you for clarifying.
Thank you, Eric.
Thank you for the presentation. I just wanted to flag 2 things, but I appreciate a lot of these challenges have been like very pervasive in a lot of the projects that I've done. But just thank you for bringing these to the front of discussion today. One of the things I just wanted to comment on was the bottled water eligibility for acute contaminants that was decided last year in the FEP, but I just wanted to flag that that's very concerning because me personally, I would not drink water above any MCL that is, even if it's for not an acute contaminant. So I think that when we say you're only going to fund acute contaminants, you're telling, like, you're communicating to folks that you're okay with them not being provided a solution. I would say it's a very problematic policy and very concerning, despite what cost it might cost to provide that to residents across the state of California. And then the other challenge I would say, which I really hope to engage on in the breakout sessions, is about one of the challenges we see is was mentioned, like the receiving water system consolidation. But the other challenge that I've also seen is that the system that needs to be consolidated is not willing or is not engaging in consolidation. And that challenge can be resolved through Division of Drinking Water's enforcement mechanisms. And that has been a challenge that I've seen that has been not fully addressed by what I see as an underutilization of the Division of Drinking Water's consolidation authorities. And so I would really want us to talk about that, is how can we ensure that the Division of Drinking Water is doing its due diligence in addressing and issuing mandatory consolidation orders, when needed. And I would just say that when we delay those mandatory consolidation orders, like obviously mandatory consolidation order can pose additional costs, but when there's a delay in that mandatory consolidation order, project costs increase because of time that passes. And so that is another challenge both on outcomes for communities, but also funding constraints as well. So just wanted to share that as a challenge, and hope we can continue to talk about that breakout session.
Thank you, Eric. And we'll take Soren and Jim. When we come back, you'll be our first one to come back to.
The entirety of my comment was just to agree and validate with what Kristen was saying about O&M. I think I worked on SP 200, and as we get further away from it, the recollection gets fuzzier and fuzzier. But I think one of the key points was that the O&M as being sort of a key tenet of the program and not interim solution. So I just wanted to agree with that recollection.
Thank you, Soren. And it is 12:08, but let me just check in real quick. Jim, are you okay if we come back and ask your question, or would you like to talk right now? We're gonna break at 12:10.
No, that's fine. Yeah. Fine to break.
Thank you. Yeah. Manny, could you go to the next slide? I think there might be 2 more slides. That's one. So for the breakout group, when we come back, it'll be focused on the eligibility challenges. These are some of the discussion questions we'll ask you to think about to discuss amongst your group. And then there'll be like a report back to hear from folks in terms of your advice and recommendations on the discussion that you all had. Trying to think, we do have printed PowerPoints if you also want to look through this question while you have your lunch. Any questions? Okay, so with that said, we'll come back here at 1:10 and we'll just break out into groups, and so right at 1:20 we'll end that discussion. Thank you, everybody. Yeah.
Be safe to a few feet.
Yeah.
Keep going.
I think that's good, right?
Yeah, it should be fine.
Yeah.
Just testing the audio one more time, talking in normal volume to see if it comes through.
You're gonna be
Comes through. All right, we're good to go. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. I hope everyone had a great lunch. We're just giving us 1 to 2 more minutes and we'll go ahead and get started. And for Jim, I have you on my list to come back right after the lunch. So I'll see you in a minute or two.
Yeah. So. Snapshot.
And so FYI for everyone also that's joining us virtually, we will come back to answer any clarifying questions before our breakout group. The folks here in person, we'll do 3 breakout groups in person, and then our folks virtually will be their own breakouts.
Virtual people are having a breakup?
Break.
Breakout, not a breakup.
Bro, we're talking about hope, remember? Hope.
Promise.
I'm gonna check, I think you actually would have come back.
That's where they can.
Yeah. Well, back again. We started in the next 30 seconds.
30, 29, 28.
Okay, can get everyone's attention. Our most efficient asset right now is time.
Yeah.
If you can hear me, clap twice. If you can hear me, clap twice. Thank you. That one always is. I appreciate it. All right, it is 1:16. Everyone's taken care of. I hope your lunch was great. Coming back, I'm gonna circle back with Jim Sullivan. So if anybody else has any other clarifying questions that came to your mind as you were having lunch based on the category eligibility challenges that was presented earlier today, this would be the opportunity also for everyone to hear your question. And then for folks meeting in person, we're gonna break out in 3 groups. And so we listed them out also on that whiteboard, but we'll say the names out loud. And then the folks online will be their own breakout. Folks will have the opportunity to discuss all 4 category challenges that were presented on this morning. And we have some guiding discussion questions for you all, also set on the table. And then we also have, on the next slide, we'll have like a report back question to highlight top 3 challenges, barriers, and top 3 solutions, recommendations that you would have based on your discussion. So having said that, I'm gonna circle back with Jim Sullivan for your question, comment. Go ahead, Jim.
Yeah, no, I think my question can be answered through the breakout session, so I'll defer for later.
Sounds good, Jim. Thank you.
Thank you.
Does anyone else have any clarifying questions?
I do. So Bruce Hausfeld, with Northern California Water Association. So I think this is for Jeff. Your slide 47, where you were talking about direct operation, maintenance, and assistance. What struck me is the 3rd category, the high treatment cost agreements, just 3 agreements. Can you give me an example of what those are, what constituent, where geographically they are?
Yes. So there's three of them in that category. Two of them are in the San Joaquin Valley. They are Rio Bravo Greeley School and Woodville PUD. Those, that community and that school had treatment plants built, I believe, under a Department of Water Resources Prop 50 grant, if I'm not mistaken. And then there wasn't operation and maintenance budget to actually turn on those treatment plants. So we did grant agreements for them. They're relatively short term in that sense, but that's those examples. And then the third one is a tribal agreement we have with the Benton Paiute. They have POUs throughout some of their tribal homes, and they were struggling to maintain those POUs and maintain paying operators. So we're paying half the operator's salary to maintain those, while the tribe is working with US EPA on their long-term solution.
All right, I lost a bet with myself because one of the systems is Grimes. Grimes has been at it for a while. They've got an arsenic situation. RCAC did a rate study. They got a small population, maybe less than 100 ratepayers there, and I would have thought that would have been, you know, when they got arsenic, and I thought that would have been a high treatment cost. One of fallen into that category. I guess it gets to the larger question, and I appreciate you know, commitments that were made earlier on with O&M, but at some point in time, what's the deficit on O&M versus you know, what's the need versus the available funding? The need, ballpark it, you don't have to get it down to, or you can feel free to dial a friend there with Adam on it.
So there's no statewide, you know, estimate of what O&M costs are for all water systems and where the potential need might be. However, I would say the best place of data to find that would be the needs assessment cost assessment, which is now about 2 years old. But in the modeling of solutions, it estimates the O&M costs associated with those solutions for failing an at-risk system. So not perfect, not exactly what you're looking for, but that is some data that's out there.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
But Bruce, I do want to just clarify, and this is one of the challenges that we have with the Division of Financial Assistance when we're working with a lot of our small communities trying to implement long-term solutions. We have restrictions and requirements with our funding sources. We are not, from almost all of our funding sources, it is all of our funding sources, we are not allowed to move forward with a construction agreement unless the water system is on track to be able to cover the O&M costs needed for the assets we're building. It's always been a requirement for federal funding, and it's a requirement with our state funding as well. So that is a challenge for a lot of communities, which is why, you know, the examples that Jeff are bringing up were projects we didn't necessarily fund. So it's something to point out as the limitation that happens.
That's great detail. I'm gonna have to ask you to repeat it to 2 more meetings, so I locked in.
I can put it in writing for you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. If there's no further questions, then we can go ahead and break out into groups. So we have a few areas, few tables. And so I listed up the names. So group 1 will be Rosa Carrillo, Maureen Thompson, Angela Islas, Irene Cacho. We can take on that space right there, that table. Group number 2 will be Bruce. Soren, I believe you may not be joining or joining later on virtually. So it'll be Bruce, Eric Orellana, Kristen Dobbin, and maybe one of these tables in the back. And then for the third group, it'll be Pancano, Adam, and Michael Knight. And then the fourth group will be our virtual group, which will be Jim Sullivan, Waji Hanur, and Destiny Rodriguez. Norma, te pusimos en 3. Are you number 3? Okay, numero 3, Norma.
Gotcha.
Thank you, thank you.
Thank you. And Alma also wrote these on the board.
Yes, I know. I was looking to make sure I did the right. You did. All right, but with that said, we'll have 40 minutes. We have some discussion questions they're on the table. We'll also put them, we'll leave them on the slide for our virtual teams. But we'll also, can you also just go to the next slide just to show them what to expect in terms of the report backs. So we want to hear from you. What are the top 3 challenges, barriers that you'd like to highlight based on your discussion and what you heard this morning? And also, what are the top 3 strategies, solutions, recommendations you'd like to provide? I'm sure there will be more, and we'll also take notes. So we'll have one person from the Division of Financial Assistance join each breakout, each group, and we'll also have someone from OPDOT joining so we can take notes on what's being discussed. Any questions? With that said, let's go ahead and break out, and we have about 40 minutes, 35 minutes. No, put a little time.
So 2 o'clock?
Yeah. 12 o'clock.
It's 2 o'clock. Okay, yeah.
I'm unplugging the speaker.
Yeah.
I wish it is.
Hello.
Hi, Jim.
Okay.
Jasmine.
Hey, Jasmine.
Hello. Hi, everyone.
Is
Hey,
there a way?
Alma, could you go back a few slides? I guess 2 slides.
So are we all connected up now, Jasmine?
I believe so. Just was hoping we could go back 2 slides. But I think Alma's busy in the room at the moment. So,
Sure.
Because what's showing is the prompt for the second breakout group.
Hi, sorry, I was late. Is this a separate breakout room that we joined, or is it just?
I think they just left us here in our own group, the virtual folks.
Okay.
Yes.
Got it.
Okay. And now the slide looks like it's updated. Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can talk maybe a little bit about experience with consolidation. So AMWD went through recently a consolidation. So we serve City of Paris customers. There are about 80% of them we already serve. There were like 20% or roughly 4,000 customers that were served by the city. And they've been approaching us multiple times to ask us like, hey, you guys are interested in taking us over, because they were having some financial issues. So what I learned from my team is that the city council and our board kind of entered an MOU to study what that whole consolidation is going to look like. And then they had assets and they had some water rights that we had to balance with their liabilities. So our team was like really developing the plan from studying all the way, and then finally, once everything was set in place, then they went ahead with consolidation. So some of the challenges I think that they encountered was billing, because the city was not doing a good job of continuously billing their customers, and the rates were different from what we had to offer. So they had to, the city had to go through the process where they had to increase the rates to make it at par with ours. So I think that was one of the challenge. Our billing system had to be upgraded. Our customer services had to be involved. There was a lot of outreach. There was a lot of anxiety from existing customers that we serve that, how it's going to impact our rates. So we had to like do a lot of active outreach, look for funding opportunities. So now that they have been integrated, I think their EMWD is realizing economies of scale, and we're looking at efficiency. So some systems that we thought we need to upgrade because they were not up to par with our system, we didn't have to go through that, because we just, I guess left them, or we didn't have to upgrade any of those lift stations, because we did sewer and water. So I guess that way we did save some type of, there was some type of savings in that regard. So yeah, I believe that that City of Paris system, it didn't have any, I wouldn't say it was a at risk or a failing system, but that just wanted to share some of my experience at Eastern. The other thing that struck out to me about the bottled water is that once a community gets on the bottled water, my question would be, how do you give them the trust back um, that the water that they're going to not, I mean, the tap water that they're going to use is going to be safe. So that trust factor is like really hard to gain. So those are some comments that I had.
I've got a quick question for you. Was the consolidation, was it Eastern and the City of Paris, you say?
Yes.
Was one of them identified by the state and mandated, or was it something that was more voluntary based on, just economy of scale?
Yes, so it wasn't mandated actually, but they were requesting it. So the city itself was requesting from us. And what I learned was that, their council came to our board and they asked that they be taken over because they were having some financial issues.
Okay.
Continue to provide that service.
So but you were going through the SAFER program for a lot of your support, or how was that?
We did not go through the SAFER program.
Okay.
Yeah, it was out of the scope because it wasn't an at-risk system or a failing system. So I don't think that SAFER was involved as such.
Okay. Okay.
And we didn't have any issue with LAFCO either, because I heard that most of the time when consolidations happen outside the district boundaries, LAFCO is involved. In our case, because we were already serving 80% of the city, it was within our service territory, so we didn't have any LAFCO challenges. We didn't have any staffing challenges because apparently the city didn't have any staff on hand. They were doing everything outsourced. So, I mean, staffing could be a challenge. If what happens to the staff once, the system comes in and takes over the failing system, right? So that could be another challenge.
So I just saw Jasmine. Is that for us that you just posted in the chat, or are we being broadcast?
I did.
Oh.
Yeah, I just wanted folks to be aware.
Oh, okay. But we're not being broadcast in the main room, right? It's just through us.
No, we are being broadcast on the webinar of the meeting. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Just FYI.
But we're not being disruptive to the group that's live, right?
Oh, in person? No.
Yeah. Okay.
I can speak on that.
That's good to know. I didn't know about that. That's what I was asking. Like, are we in a breakout room?
Yeah.
Hello, can everybody hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
So we have the audio is now channeled into my headphones and my microphone, so you are not disrupting anybody. Please feel free to speak freely. I will be your note taker, and on occasion I will be, just guiding a little bit. But for the most part, this discussion is centered around you all and your opinions on the fund expenditure plan and the topics at hand. I've also reposted them in the chat in case you would like to see them. So yeah. And once again, my name is Manny, not English PowerPoint, but I think you all know that.
Yeah. So great. Let me, so in your case with City of Paris and Eastern, where is the status of your project?
So it was a physical consolidation and it went through, and now they're part of our system.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
How did you handle the public outreach? I mean, as far as the folks that were, really against it, did you get any assistance there?
We have an internal team that
Okay.
does a lot of outreach, and I would say that they're really good experts in their subject matter. So I guess they were really out about in the community. We had those fact sheets that we would take to events and community events and explain the whole thing to them, and really doing the outreach to the community that was consolidating with us. So I guess it was a whole process. Obviously, there were challenges, but I guess our team was able to tackle all of the questions that were posed.
And Eastern is a very large system, or is it a medium size?
So we are the 6th largest water provider
Okay.
in California. So we are kind of big.
Okay. That's
Real
big.
quick, just because I was getting set up. So you were talking about the city of Paris subsuming Eastern in this consolidation, correct?
So
Yes.
EMWD took over City of Paris customers. Yes.
Okay,
We
Eastern took
already
over
served,
City of Paris.
yes,
Okay.
we already served about like 80% of the city, but a portion of it was still served by city, but they were having some financial issues and they were requesting the consolidation. And as I mentioned that it wasn't through the SAFER, they were not failing or at risk. So
Sure.
yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you. I see here that Chad has his hand raised and would like to participate in the conversation. Feel free to speak, Chad.
Yeah, Jiha, I was wondering how asset transfer was handled, maybe more specifically how in the city of Paris, this 20% we're talking about, how was that infrastructure valued? And then, those, the city compensated, or maybe the value was, zero or very near zero, but
Yeah, I think there was a balancing act. They had some water rights and they have some assets. So, and then obviously had some financial issues as well. So both of those were kind of weighed together, and whatever the sum came up, I guess that was resolved. I don't have the specific details, but I can get back to you on that.
that's okay. It sounds like, I mean, what's coming through for me is another example of when a larger kind of well-run, having lots of TMF system has, wants to accomplish something and there's a willing partner on the other end. I'm sure Eastern, could fill any gaps, like, as long as the city was willing. Just, yeah, amazing. I'm kind of constantly surprised at how quickly and how, I'm not behind the scenes, but relatively seamlessly things can happen in that sort of situation versus the other sorts of situations that we have out there with that don't have as many resources, don't have as much or any TMF, et cetera. But
Yeah, and still it was like a whole 3 to 4 year process. I mean, the time went by fast for us, and we are experts in handling multi-year projects. So it's like, yes, we were prepared for it, but always there are hiccups here and there.
Yeah,
I guess.
sure. Well,
that's kind of the experience.
Well, we're basically at the other end of the spectrum, and this is probably what Chad's kind of thinking about with challenges. Is I live in the town of Mendocino, Northern California, on the coast, fairly remote, probably a population of about 1,000. We have 3 public water systems, very small in our area. One was at risk, I believe, and others are kind of teetering, the public water systems. And again, they're probably in the range of 25 hookups, maybe, for the public water systems that we're talking about. And then the town itself, the town of Mendocino, is not a public water system. Everybody relies on private wells, and our businesses have been challenged, especially through the last drought that we had. We rely a lot on trucked water, so that kind of got our plight to the state's attention, and a lot of these water systems or the businesses were identified as public water systems that weren't, and then they're now going through the process of trying to get their systems in compliance. So that also is a challenge because some of them still will rely on trucked water. And so that's when we engaged with the SAFER program to see if there was, some assistance that we could help our community with. And that was through our Mendocino City Community Services District, the CSD. And we've applied for technical assistance, and we've been now a couple of years just starting that process. So it's been proven to be a challenge, especially for our community being so small. We have metered water that individuals report are pumping from our individual wells into the CSD, and they basically track, kind of the water balance. But every year we, come October, kind of are at risk for, some wells going dry. And again, some of the businesses and homes, are relying on trucked water. So GHD has been our technical assistant provider, or TA, and we're kind of going through that, the planning process and feasibility of, what our current situation is. We do have a groundwater model for the whole peninsula here, but it needs to be updated. So we're hoping that the monies that are going towards this TA assistance would be able to, get us a better picture of, what the groundwater situation is, and then, kind of go from there, what would be feasible, for kind of moving forward. But we had kind of a phase one that basically kind of states the problem, and kind of looks. GHD was helping us kind of line out kind of a plan of attack, and it proved to be a little more complicated than what we first thought. And so we're going back to the state, asking for more funds, basically, to kind of continue on, kind of the investigation.
So I had a question. So the trucked water, is it something that you can apply through like the SAFER program's interim solution? Like what water is covered, is it consumed?
Well, yes and no. I mean, during the drought, there were emergency funds that were made available to us because basically we were cut off from having normal trucked water deliveries due to other, like Fort Bragg is one of our largest towns, and it's only about 7,000 people. Their water was getting scarce, so they were cutting back on hauled water. And so there was an emergency fund put together to allow for, basically trucked water coming from Ukiah, which is our next largest city. And then, kind of got us out of that situation. But yeah, it's a good question. I don't know if there would be that type of funding that the state would be interested in doing. But again, it would be an interim solution. And I think there's ways that, we can be more sustainable without relying on those type of things. We do have a recycled water program that we have a funding for improving our wastewater plant, to be able to use recycled water for athletic fields and other areas that can benefit from recycled water. So that we're hoping will help ease the reliance on, the potable groundwater, and help, kind of, delay influences from, seasonal droughts. But, there's more to do. And that's where we're hoping that, through the technical assistance, we'll be able to maybe shine some light on other, things that could be possible for us. But it's a challenge. And I think one of the things that,
Excuse me, y'all.
sure.
I just want to remind us that we do have limited time.
Oh.
We've been talking about question number 1 for quite a while, and I would like to direct us just if we can to question number 2 very slightly so we can continue with this wonderful discussion.
Sure.
So in your experience, what strategies, resources, or solutions do you think would help address these challenges and improve long-term outcomes for communities? Trying to pivot now to solutions and strategies that have worked in your communities.
Okay. So in our case in Mendocino, I think one of our problems has been getting our draft plans for amendments through the state process. Seems to be kind of lengthy, and especially through DFA. I think maybe looking at the process as far as, if additional funds are needed, especially when we're in the very early phases, there's a lot of momentum that's lost, waiting for that, amendment to be, approved or, amended or whatever what needs to be done. But when we kind of ended things, it was, over a year ago, about a year and a half ago, that we realized that we needed to do more work. And between that time, it kind of leaves the community in lurch. And so I think, we lose a lot of that momentum, the community outreach, there's, small town, so it just kind of loses faith in the whole process. So that would be one thing I would suggest is, internal process of the state, seeing if there's, ways to, maybe streamline the system to, be able to allow TA assistance to, kind of continue on a little less disruptively.
Hey, Jim, thinking about your project like on the ground,
yeah,
what do you think has been some things that have helped the project along, or some issues that, I don't want to say stalled the project, well, let's say slowed momentum?
Say that first part again.
So thinking about the project like on the ground, the work that's happening
that we're doing.
Yeah. I'm wondering if there's been some highlights for you of, these things have worked really well and have either sped up the project or allowed it to move smoothly. And then on the other end, is there something that slowed the project down?
Yeah. Well, I think, every town or every project is specific for, and in our case, a very small town, historic town. And so there's a lot of things at risk. Folks don't want growth. Folks, want good infrastructure, good drinking water, but, they change is hard. And so I can't say that anything has really worked well yet.
Brute force grinding it out, right?
Yeah,
but anyway.
Yeah. And I think, once you have out of town technical assistance and you have folks coming in, kind of giving their ideas on, what the situation is, there's real skeptics, that say, well, you guys don't know what we do. We've relied on these wells for 120 years and this 20-foot hand dug well has been fine, and so there's a little bit of that you just, you need that local presence. And we really haven't had enough of that yet, I think, to kind of get the message out that, well, maybe that, 20-foot hand dug well isn't that safe. and here's the reasons why, and here's kind of our path. And we just haven't gotten to that point. And that's been the frustrating part, that we just haven't connected with the community. I don't think there's been enough of that portion. It's more of, well, let's study it, and people say, well, we've studied this for, 50 years and we know there's not water in October. So it's like, yeah, but we need to think about it out of the box, or, so yeah, I don't know, Chad.
I think you know pretty well. I was getting what you were putting down there. So
Yeah.
James, I have a question for you.
Sure.
What do you think would help build or strengthen the relationship between, maybe a technical assistance provider or maybe folks in the SAFER program to build relationships with the community of Mendocino, right? Like you said, it's a historic community.
Yeah.
And, and you said sometimes folks are resistant to change, and sometimes rightly so.
Yeah.
What tactics do you think would help? I know in some communities they have, trusted community leaders. Are there any organizations that could be used as
exactly
places to share?
Yeah. And that's it. And I think in our case, the SAFER program, it's great. And I don't get me wrong. But in the case of Mendocino, we've had a hard time fitting into that SAFER mold. There's right now, I understand that, our specific project is in DFA's hands right now. But the interactions with the community itself in the process has been pretty limited. It's all been through the TA and the state, and so it's losing the credibility with the community itself. Not me, but the community just seems like it's been left out of the process, and that is probably just the way it is. But I think in a way, if the town itself and the point of contact with the town was more included with, some of these things that are under discussion, it might go quicker. Understanding the town's issues and problems rather than a TA trying to convey these things. And a lot of things are, totally, check boxes, with the state. I understand that. But I think kind of bringing in the locals into that process just so that they can understand these things a little better. And then, the grapevine goes from there, being able to provide that information at the post office and those places where people hang out and talk, and, giving them the true, here's the story from the state, other than, oh, well, there's no information right now. We're still waiting on DFA's approval, and it's going back and forth between, the TA provider and, the state. And so it just leaves us kind of out in the cold. It doesn't go for a small town, even though it's the process. I get it, but
maybe some sort of a town hall or something where.
Well, that would be good, but to have a meeting just for a meeting, vetting's good, but I don't know, without any, path forward other than, well, we're still waiting, and it's been a year and a half. So it's what do you do? So, and I'm fine to wait, but there's a lot of rumors going around, and, grumbling people. And so anyway.
And correct me if I'm mistaken, then please. So it sounds like the process isn't as collaborative as folks want it to be. It's more top down than anything else.
Exactly.
Okay. Thank you. I just want to make sure I catch that clearly.
Yeah. And are you going to be the one that reports back for us?
I can if you would like.
Oh, that'd be great. I don't know if you other people want to do that.
I'm trying very hard to capture notes.
Okay.
So I'm doing my best. I cannot promise I will be as eloquent as you are,
Oh no,
James.
I'm verbose. I get on a track and I just don't shut up. So yeah.
Well, on that case, on that note, is there anyone else who would like to chime in on topic number 2? I know Wajiha and Destiny, if you would like to chime in on this topic, anything that has been successful or strategies, resources, solutions that have been have had positive outcomes in your communities?
So I don't work on a granular level as much as many of the other SAFER board members, but I am very aware and knowledgeable about the problems that occur within my constituency, with our students, with our colleges, and many of the CBOs that help. So one of the problems, and I kind of talked about it before, is how do we accelerate permanent infrastructure projects? I think communities, unfortunately, are now dependent on bottled water. And I just want to know how can we create a fast track pathway for these disadvantaged communities? That's the problem, that's the solution, but the how is how do we get there?
Good point.
And I guess with delays, everything adds up, like the cost of construction goes up. In our experience, I think that's one of the keys. We apply for funding, we get the funding, but by the time the project is done, it just is 10 times the multiplier. So time is definitely crucial. So reducing the time to get to permanent solution is definitely something
Yeah.
we should all be thinking about.
Yeah.
Is there a way that we can potentially bundle regional projects to reduce delays? Is that an option?
Destiny, when you say bundle, do you mean from a funding standpoint or from a moving dirt implementation standpoint?
Funding and implementation, essentially both.
Yeah.
Can you repeat that again, Destiny, please?
So I guess my question is, to reduce delays, is there a way that we can bundle regional projects together? And again, I'm surface level knowledge of water. I'm just getting into this. My expertise is more air quality and environmental justice and energy, clean energy. But water has always been fascinating for me. And I'm really just trying to understand what are some solutions that we can potentially take, like actions, so that we can reduce delays and that we can find these fast track ways for these disadvantaged communities.
I think there's one, this is my lived experience, which is for thinking about a regional project, thinking about this bundling. I think that provides a more lasting, sustainable solution. So whatever solution you put in will have, will be very, very lasting. But my lived experience also is that when you do that, it actually takes longer from start to finish, but the finish is better, right? Maybe you had 5 communities or something, and if they reach on their own track, maybe they get to a solution a bit faster or the same, or at the same timeline, but they're still in a pretty precarious situation, right? Like they're still at risk.
Right.
So that isn't to say that's actually, don't interpret that as that a regional solution isn't the way to go or can't be faster or something like this. It's actually the opposite for me, is like anytime there is a regional solution, we should be driving hard for that, because otherwise, like in my example of the 5 communities, we'll be back in 1 or 2 of those communities in the next 10 years, solving additional problems, or heaven forbid, maybe solving the same problem, right? Whereas again, lived experience on those regional solutions, we aren't back. The next generation of folks growing up in that region, you know, doesn't doesn't have to worry about quality or scarcity of water. So
it's kind of to maybe Kristen's question earlier about assistance O&M ending, where you're probably going to have that type of a continued problem, but looking at a solution to those type of things, it sounds like it's kind of on the same track as what Destiny's kind of asking is just how to maximize resources, but then also solving a problem.
Mm-hmm.
That sounded esoteric.
Excuse me, everybody. I see Jasmine Oaxaca has her hand raised. If you would like to speak, Jasmine, I think we can have her final comment on this question and then really briefly move on to number 3, which will be, are there examples of approaches or partnerships or support systems that have worked well in your experience and could be replicated or expanded? But with that, I'll give the floor to Jasmine.
Thank you, Manny. I just wanted to really echo what Chad was saying. I know that we have funded some regional consolidations, for example, and we've also kind of done these regional interim solutions or regional well replacement programs that have both, helped administratively, I think, to streamline, but also, in the long-term solution case, as Chad was mentioning, really like looking holistically at an area and trying to get them, the solution that they need in the most efficient way possible. So we do love to fund those types of projects, and yes, there is kind of the flip side of, it could take longer because, they normally have to be phased out. But I think in the end, they can be a better solution for everybody. So, if folks are coming across situations where there's opportunities as such, please let us know. And then I did want to go back to an earlier question real quick. There was a question about if Hulled Water is kind of a service offering or something that we fund normally at the state. And we do have a couple of regional programs that offer Hulled Water as one of the services, but it is mostly in the San Joaquin. We've had a couple of county-wide programs that have that too, but definitely more in our drought years that was kind of more popular. So knock on wood, we're not entering any another drought anytime soon, but we do have some of those programs.
Yeah.
So we'll move on to number 3 then. Thanks.
Thank you. So as I said previously, are there examples of approaches, partnerships, or support systems that have worked well in your experience and could be replicated or expanded? It could be a project you personally worked on, or maybe something you've seen in a nearby community from another, professional in the industry or someone you've worked with.
I can just say that sometimes just sharing information is helpful. I know that there were instances where after LA fire, there were some systems that were struggling and they were thinking about consolidation. So they'd reach out to us and we were able to offer them support and kind of like guide them through what we did. So just sharing those case studies and those examples as much as we can, getting that, in whatever platform we are able to share, I guess that's something that, and those are kind of like the partnerships as well, because we are in the same industry. We are similarly situated. We have, some systems are small, some are big, but again, there can be some storytelling that, on the system level that we can share with others, like, this is how we handled it, this is what our approach was. And maybe similarly, communities can be also thinking about those similar situations where, we had the similar challenges in one area and the other area. How do they kind of talk to each other and say, like, this helped us and this is how we approached it?
Thank you for sharing that. I guess one question to pose to the group is, so I've worked for self-help enterprises before in the past, and I've done my fair share of community outreach and engagement. So I guess my question is to you all as folks currently, working with a TA provider, how do you help residents avoid meeting fatigue? And how often, is it appropriate to reach out to folks? Because I know that's one thing that can happen very often, especially when you're demanding a lot of folks who are already maybe at their limit, they're already exhausted and frustrated with their water quality or water scarcity, maybe both. What are tactics you've seen that have been successful to kind of help overcome some of those things? Because it's easy to go into a community every day and post flyers everywhere, but that doesn't mean it's effective, So what has worked in the past for you all?
Well, I can tell you what hasn't worked. And it's not posting and just waiting for the next step, even though we don't have any information. But at the same time, we have a community that definitely would like to have more information. So I don't know if the fatigue, if anything, the fatigue is not having information in our case, but can't really address your question now.
No, that's totally okay. I know that is a fully loaded question and one that probably can't be answered today, so that's okay.
Yeah.
Can I rephrase the question? Oh, go ahead, Destiny.
I was gonna say I could take a crack at it. Just working with a lot of CBOs and residents. I would say that residents lose trust when projects take a long time and there's no visible change that they're seeing. Maybe like short-term wins. I don't know what that looks like. It could be construction milestones, well testing events, something short-term that they can visibly see, because if they're not seeing movement, they're just hearing plans. I think that's when the trust starts deteriorating.
Yeah.
Thank you. That's a really great example. Thank you so much. And Chad, the question was, how do we help community members avoid meeting fatigue?
Yeah, I was saying maybe I could rephrase the question or like tilt it a little bit, but I think Destiny got exactly to where I was thinking about, which is
and I really like the way
what
she
is an
framed
appropriate
that.
meeting frequency when you don't have progress to share, which James, you were also talking about that. It's like, geez, like
right.
Time is valuable, and it's a lot to ask of folks sometimes, especially after a full day of work.
Yeah.
Okay, so I think I may have missed a little bit of the conversation early on in number one as I was getting my microphone set up. And the first question was based on the challenges and criteria discussed today and your own experiences. What additional barriers or challenges have you encountered with operations and maintenance, technical assistance, bottled water, or consolidation efforts? I just want to make sure that I can report out as best as I can. Can anyone give me a brief TLDR? Too long didn't read for me who was not there, just so I can report accurately.
I was sharing our experience at Eastern consolidating with the city of Paris, and I was sharing that each and every department had to be involved. There were challenges in billing. We had to make sure that they were meeting the regulations. The city wasn't, I guess, properly billing them, so we have to communicate with them that you need to bring your rates a little up so we can take over. So I think that was one of the key challenge. And I mentioned that I think we didn't have any issues with LAFCO because we were already situated within the city was already situated within our service area. So I've heard that LAFCO could be a challenge, the whole process. And also staffing could be a challenge for a city of Paris. They didn't have like staff on hand. They were outsourcing everything. So what do you do with the staff that is already there when the outside system comes and takes over?
Yeah.
Wonderful. Thank you.
Succinctly, in my case, in the town of Mendocino, it's we're in the very early phases of investigating a public water system, and our challenges are keeping the momentum going, and challenges for amending the TA work plan, and losing some of that momentum.
Okay, thank you. I was able to catch that earlier.
Okay.
And so then earlier I did hear you say that your project does. Okay, never mind. We are wrapping up, but I have a question for you later, James.
Sure.
And thank you so much, everybody, for the conversation. I will be switching back to the large screen, so you will no longer see my face, but it's been a pleasure. I will be back later.
Likewise.
Thanks so
Thank
much,
you.
Jim, Destiny, and Wajiha. Your shared experience is really awesome, and what
Thanks,
I
Jim.
think the AG is all about. So,
Agreed. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, and if folks online can also maybe just do a quick emoji to see if you can hear me well.
we can hear you.
Okay, awesome. So we're gonna report back. We'll have about 5 minutes per group. So we'll go to the next slide, man.
Yeah, let me. I want to know why you have great relationship.
If we have someone to report back, maybe also.
I was there last summer.
And then we'll do one more slide.
That's a good idea. I
see you here. And then one more slide. Okay. Thank you. I mean, can you make it I appreciate it. All right, so what we'll do, so we'll have 5 minutes per group. And the record back question is, what are the top 3 barriers, challenges? We're gonna start with group 1. Angela, are you ready?
What?
You may be the one reporting back.
Can I?
But you can stay in your seat. I'll just ask you to project your voice. We're increasing the volume and the speaker. So what are the top 3 challenges, barriers you like to highlight, but also what are the top 3 strategies, solutions, recommendations you like to share? And I'll also ask for folks who are reporting back to come closer to the speaker.
Thanks, guys. Gosh. Okay, I'm right here in the mic. So I was in group 1. It was with Rosa, Maureen, Irene. I didn't catch her name. What was your name? Andy. Andy?
Mandy.
Mandy. Okay, great. So our report back, we had a pretty robust conversation, mostly around community engagement. And this was more like related to consolidation projects, both on the like state small side as well as domestic wells. I think there was more, we had also conversation around bottled water. So around like the cost and like longevity to be able to have access to those services. That was also like a really big concern that we had uplifted in our breakout. We also were kind of thinking about as like part of like I think like more of like a strategy was considering how long systems have been failing when determining who to support, because I know that that list is still pretty ongoing. So trying to kind of see how we identify certain systems that like have already been out of compliance for a certain amount of time to kind of like prioritize. But then also there's another, wait, let me see. I think like a consideration as well as to win the trust back from communities who have been failing for so many years. I know that the trust part can be pretty dire when there's always consistent reports where it's like, oh, the project's delayed, or like, oh, we don't probably have funding for this fiscal year. And so that trust kind of starts to lose balance, and just the consistency part is something that was uplifted that no matter those types of reports, like we need to still maintain consistency with those communities. Let's see what else. I guess another challenge that we were discussing was more on the timeline of engagement. And I mean, this is going to be tying back within work plan deliverables, just because there isn't as much flexibility from my experience. I mean, this is just like based on how I've been navigating work plans and like consolidation, is that there's always like a limitation of, how much engagement can be done. And so that kind of breaks a lot of consistency and making sure that there is that relationship building in those communities. And then lastly, I'll just point out about part of the timeline is being able to take the time to actually explain to the community of like their commitment to long-term solution and even like the decision around like the best options. I think it's just like that consideration that we need to make sure that we have that consistency, but also that opportunity to educate residents on the importance of that long-term solution, and their commitment to like being able to help push that forward. So that's kind of like my report back for our group.
Just in time.
Yeah.
Thank you, Group One. Appreciate it. We'll also be collecting some of your additional notes that you might have taken. Absolutely. I'll tell you. Señor Cruz, por favor. This is your spotlight.
What's that? Not my spotlight. How far? I'm Bruce, and we are group 2 with Eric and Kristen, and I learned a lot. So we looked at, well, the first question was based on the challenges and criteria discussed for technical assistance, interim assistance, consolidation, operation, and maintenance. What additional barriers and challenges have you experienced related to operations and maintenance, technical assistance, bottled water, and consolidated? We started with, and Eric mentioned this in our discussion earlier today, with the topic of consolidation and the need for more mandatory consolidation. We also had a conversation about who is eligible to act as the funding recipient and the challenge around if the commitment to continue the project if funding is not pulled. That gets into the liability issue. I'm going to bounce around from the barriers to the solutions, so bear with me here on this. And then these folks will come up and say he got it 40% right. So one of the solutions that came forward was who could act as an alternative applicant? Is it a GSA? Is it the county? I think Jeff Wetzel mentioned that in Stanislaus County is the applicant in a model home park. So there's an example out there. There is concern about, and this is a barrier and a constraint, about capacity constraints. When you have a small disadvantaged community, and Kristen mentioned Coachella, right? As an example of where they wanted to do it, but they had capacity constraints. And I think those capacity constraints can either be in, human resources, or it can actually be in the system itself. We did have a conversation similar to Group 1 about outreach and engagement and technical assistance. Technical assistance understanding the importance of outreach and engagement. There's a barrier again with technical assistance on where the technical assistance providers show up at meetings month after month and say the work plan or the work plan amendment's still under consideration. So the solution to that was maybe fund a state engineer to work on these projects to facilitate that, an ombudsman or other things like that. Operation and maintenance, the costs of that were were certainly front and center. And my only contribution to the group was to throw out the concept of group insurance, sort of like the FAIR plan that's right now with fire, as maybe a way, I use my example of Grimes, which is 100 people. Once they get done everything, funding and drilling the well, building the water supply tank, will the 98 residents be able to afford the ongoing monthly operation and maintenance costs of that? And so we're looking for broader based sources of funding, and that goes back to consolidation. What did I miss, guys? All right. All right, I'm leaving.
Great, thank you, Bruce. And then we'll continue to be free.
All right, my name is Juan Cano with Group 3. We had a few here. The first one we mentioned or that we came up with was the small systems need for operator and management. Like TMF, a lot of their board and a lot of their managers are volunteer basis. Sometimes that's the same with the operators. The operator pool right now seems to be pretty low. And so finding a good operator for your system is hard to do. And so you have limited options. One of our people were saying that, they pay a lot for an operator who doesn't do a whole lot for their system. One of the thoughts that we had for a solution for that would be possibly some managerial consolidations where we have multiple systems sharing a good operator and a good manager to take care of those systems and manage those systems well and better than what they have just homegrown for each small system. Another idea for that was to possibly do like a work program or a job training program where we have local people in those systems training to be operators and managers. That would be a great solution to help that issue out as well. The other one we had was like project continuity or project, both of these next ones are project flow. We focus on this first one with application process. We're talking about urgent drinking water needs application, SRF applications. What we'll have here is a lot of duplicate work. We'll have one project manager who's reviewing the application, and then you got a reassignment. Either a shift in one project manager or one leaves and one comes back. And all of a sudden we're talking about step A, which we've already passed and had a solution for. We had obstacle B, and we already figured out the solution, but we're going back because we have a new project manager who's saying, let's go back here. Why do we make this decision? Why are we there? That happens plenty. It's a pretty common issue that we deal with. And we think that one solution is we get one project manager for the entire life of the project when we submit an application. As we're submitting an application. That might be hard because I think a lot of times it's not up to the state to have people switch. I think that's just something that happens from time to time. The other thing that we would like to do or see if we can't have one person as part of the application process is we have a standard operating procedure for handoffs. So we have one project manager handing off to the next project manager about the history, where we got, how we got to where we're at, and the next steps. And hopefully, if we have a TA provider there, they're part of that process to make sure everybody's on the same page. We feel like that would really help out with that process, and we'd stop, we would keep momentum on a project if we can have one of those solutions in effect. And the last one is very similar. We have a lot of starts and stops on projects, and we have a lot of momentum killers on projects due to funding priority changes, policy changes, increased requirements, increased reporting requirements, or more need for more data. And so we feel that due to that, we'll have experiences where we'll have a pause on a TA project, on a work plan, and say, time out, we need to figure out if we're going to prioritize this project or not. And when you do that, you kill the momentum of a project. And to get started again, costs extra money, costs extra time. And then also we got to get momentum back with the project, the community stakeholders, people who are interested in a project doing, for example, domestic well consolidation. We got to get everybody back on board to say, hey, we're going to go through with this project. We're going to consolidate you guys. Say, well, that was a year ago. Nothing's happened since, kind of thing. And I think there's other examples of that specific issue. The solution, we don't really have one. We don't know what to do with that one. But it's common enough to, we feel like that's one of the things, one of the big challenges we have when working on a project, especially utilizing TA. Anything else? All right, thank you guys.
Thank you. And then we'll go next with our virtual group 4. Thank you, Manny.
Hello, everybody. My name is Manny or Manuel Leon. You can refer to me by either. So starting off with the first question, as we were talking about the topics at hand, some of the challenges that arose were project delays, trying to meet regulations, improper billing, having rate discussions and staffing. But some of the major topics that came up were just speeding up the amendment process. James brought up that that can really slow down the momentum from a project, and in turn also cause the communities to lose trust between them, the TA, and also the state, which is really damaging in the long term, right? And that topic seemed to be reoccurring as we were talking about it. And so another aspect of that is the community trust aspect, right? What are ways that we can improve community trust? Is that, you know, more outreach? Is that a more collaborative approach? You know, how do we address some of those issues? And then going on to some of the other challenges that they were experiencing is also, how do we fit some of these projects that aren't necessarily fitting within the SAFER mold? I know James was talking about the community of Mendocino and how their project is a little bit different. So, you know, SAFER isn't necessarily a one-size-fits-all approach, but how do we incorporate projects like that into SAFER to speed up things? And then for solutions, not really a solution, but more of a general recommendation, speeding up the amendment process. And then also, you know, is there a way for us to have regional projects and bundle them together? I think this was a suggestion from Destiny, and Chad Fisher spoke on this a little bit. And then third solution to the community losing trust in the community is, how do we find more collaborative approaches when working with communities? So in some cases like Mendocino, there can be change or opposition to change, right? These folks have been living off of their well for the last 100 years or so. And so how do we involve these communities in a way that isn't a top-down approach, and us coming into the community and saying, hey, you need change, right? There seems to be this disconnect between us telling them what to do with their community and them having, you know, a sense of place and history there and belonging. And so a solution to that would be to involve them more. But what does that involvement look like? And some examples that were brought up were, you know, how do we celebrate progress, especially in a TA project? Does this mean, you know, how do we celebrate project milestones? Does this look like well testing? Is this educational events? You know, how do we show the community that progress is in fact being made and not just something that is invisible and in the ether? Because when there isn't actual or physical progress, you know, how do they know that anything's actually being done? And so another recommendation was, you know, researching ways to improve permanent infrastructure projects. That way the community isn't losing sight or losing trust with us, the state, and their TA providers. Did I miss anything, y'all? I know I did a butchering, but please chime in. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you, Manny. Thank you, everybody. And we'll be sure to collect, overall the notes that you all took. For this next section, Manny, can you go to the next slide?
Yes. Get my mouse everywhere.
Okay. The next breakout session will be focused on the fund expenditure plan funding priorities. But before we go into it, there's 3 examples that our colleagues in DFA came up with. And I'm gonna check in with, Kristen is still here, maybe? I'm gonna look at you. It might be you. Can you go to the next slide, Manny, please? Yes. I know there's 3 examples that were shared, or maybe Jasmine. Yeah. But it was just an example to showcase, if you have 50 million, how could they be broken up? And so I was just thinking maybe going over the examples before we break out into those into that session. Or Jasmine.
So take a look at your packet at the next 3 slides. And this is very close to what our board is going to be looking at for prioritization for the 26-27 funded center. I mentioned earlier in my presentation today that we have $100 million about for carryover that we'll be prioritizing for for 26-27. What's important to note is that we already have half of that committed to agreements and projects. So in reality, we only have $50 million in the 26-27 fund expenditure plan that would be available for new assistance and or amendments to other agreements that we haven't already approved. So I'm asking you to put on your DFA hat and help us with prioritization of available funds. This is what we do on a year-to-year basis. So we've put together 3 examples in the slides here that demonstrate where you could set priorities for funding and what some of those trade-offs might be. So let's just quickly go through these together. The first example here is prioritizing construction funding. It is essentially aligning with how we have historically prioritized funding to a certain extent. The cons of this approach, though, as you can see in the numbers, is that we have less funding available for interim assistance to domestic well and state small communities, and no available funds for new O&M assistance. The trade-off, obviously, is that we're implementing long-term solutions for failing water systems and consolidation projects. Next slide, please. Here's another option. This is, again, prioritizing construction, but you can see on the bottom, we're putting a little bit more towards interim assistance. And we have some funding available for O&M assistance. And then option 3. This is by solution type, really focusing on areas that none of our other funding sources can cover. So that's why construction is mostly gone from this graph. We would try to use federal funding and other state funding for construction. And of the remaining $50 million, trying to target it towards the services and solutions that can only be funded through the Safe and Affordable Drinking Water Fund. These are just examples, and it shows you kind of the trade-offs that we have to grapple with every day when we're trying to figure out with our board, what do we prioritize? Now, you don't need to stick with these numbers. These are just examples for you to understand this is the type of thought exercise that we have to go through at the State Water Board and that our board members have to think through every time we're putting together the annual fund expenditure plan. So I'm curious to hear from you all what you would do with this amount of money next year, knowing what you do about the needs that are out there across the state. Are there any questions before we dig into this exercise? And again, you don't need to choose one of these, but we do want to hear what your thoughts are.
Thank you, Kristen. And Manny, I'll ask you, if you don't mind, can you go back 3 slides just for the prompt? Thank you. So the group exercise will be to look at those 50 million across the solution types and how would you prioritize that one? And so we'll have about 20 minutes and then we'll come back and report back that way. Yeah, okay. Thank you.
Oh my gosh, yeah, I know.
Well, I feel like actually slide 34 is really helpful. That you the last that shows all the different pieces and all the ability. All the funding. So you've got 50 million. Like, oh, there's we go back. Can you hear? I asked that and let's see.
Are we in the same group as before?
Yeah.
I believe so.
Okay. Interesting.
Are y'all there?
Yes.
Okay.
We're just waiting for you to join. You did a great report. So.
Thank you. I get very nervous speaking in public. But I was rewriting my notes to make sure that I captured it all more appropriately so I can share it back to y'all.
Oh, you did a great job.
Okay. So going back to the question, or to the exercise at hand, I should say, I think in this case, I will defer to folks over in DFA. If you have any questions, this is out of my wheelhouse. I am more so in the engagement side.
Yeah, I think Kristen did a great job teeing it up, but let me know if you have any questions off the bat, or we can just start divvying up
So
the
just
50
a
million.
clarifying question. So we have to come up with the price tag for each of these and like amount for a dollar?
Essentially, yeah.
Okay.
So
Right.
if we were going to prioritize our funding for next year based on, you know, an estimated approximately 50 million remaining in carryover for the safe and affordable drinking water fund in particular,
Right.
which solution types, and by that I mean, you know, interim, technical assistance, administrator, O&M, construction, you know, how would you
Yeah.
portion things out?
How do you define planning? What is that in your
So
lingo?
planning is more typically now done via our technical assistance providers, but there are some public water systems who are capable or more adept at you know, getting their own contractors, for example, to do the work that a TA provider might do to determine
Okay.
feasibility or the options for the long-term solution.
Okay. Okay, great.
So I'll just note that, you know, kind of to extend on that, since we have invested so much in technical assistance in these last years, we really haven't utilized this fund for planning projects.
Right.
It's also another solution type that's, you know, otherwise fundable by our federal funding sources and other funding sources out there.
Okay.
So
One
something
question
to
on the
keep in mind.
pilots, is that only been funded through the SAFER fund?
That's correct. And I want to say it was last year's fund expenditure plan. We're kind of identified looking into a regional operator pilot for the public water system side, and then separately kind of decentralized POE treatment pilot to look at communities served by domestic wells.
Okay.
Would you like me to move towards one of the example slides?
Yeah.
Okay. So this is just one example.
Sure. Well, I think definitely, you know, since we have the program's only going to be in existence another 4 years, as is, or a little over 4. Construction, I think, should be probably the bulk of things, just to get projects through the, you know, the goalpost. Yeah.
I'm going to agree with you as well, James, because I think we need more permanent solutions. For me, I would say the bulk of the money, maybe, I don't want to say half, but like maybe 20 million. And I'm just throwing numbers out there, like 20 million for construction, just because there's so many communities that have been waiting years for permanent solutions. And yeah, it's costly, but it's going to create that lasting impact that we want. And we can't continue to fund temporary solutions. We need to start looking at permanent infrastructure.
Right. Right. I agree.
Yeah, I also agree. I think on the next slide, you have about 35 million for construction. Is that correct?
Yeah, it is. Yeah. And then the last slide, let's see.
The last slide.
Andrew has his hand up. You want to mention something, Andrew?
Yeah, I was just gonna say, as folks are debating over the categories, the one thing, and Jasmine, I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but construction we can often find in other pots other
Sure.
than the safe and affordable drinking water. Whereas most of these other things, and I think this was explained, a little earlier in some of the FEP, are really hard or impossible to fund with things outside of the safe and affordable drinking water fund. And so just to, bear that in mind, and, what we have in the past been using the safe and affordable drinking water fund is to sort of build the pipeline of projects that can, through these other things, that can get ready for construction. So I just wanted to point that out as you all are debating, like, there's probably other money, although that money is also going down for, that can be used for construction, whereas there's not as much for some of these other categories. So I just wanted to
Yeah.
throw it out there. Looks like Laurel has a additional comment too.
Yeah. Good
But-
idea.
Yeah,
Sorry,
I'll
if-
just echo that. And I don't know that as a board member, we really look to see the full picture of all the different funding sources rather than just trying to weigh in on just the Safe and Affordable Drinking Water Fund because of exactly this issue. Like, of course, number one, I would say, like, for probably most people is going to be if a solution's ready to go for a failing system, get that over the finish line. But my understanding from other presentations is that that can be covered by other funding sources. So it's really helpful to see like is there a shortfall on that for this coming year? And if so, then it seems like we really need to prioritize that within this. But anyway, I just want to make sure that we're giving the advisory group the same picture that the board gets because we really look to the advisory group's input on this to help inform.
Yeah.
Yeah, thanks, Laurel and Andrew. I was just gonna, refer folks back to their packets. If you have a printout of the earlier presentations, it looks like slide 34 in particular shows, the different solution types and which funding sources they're fundable by. And then the prior slide to that kind of gives a bigger picture of some of our other complementary funding sources and anticipated amounts, obviously still draft, but
Right.
this one shows kind of paints the picture that there are these other funding sources. So as Laurel and Andrew are mentioning, construction can still be funded via the Drinking Water State Revolving Fund, although, that comes with different requirements for the recipients, unfortunately. But there are other funding sources available. And then Manny, if you could just go back to the other one. Again, this one kind of shows that for safe and affordable, really, it's the only funding source for interim administrator and operation and maintenance, for example.
Yeah.
Again, and I totally agree that, it seems like the federal government still has those commitments and they're willing to go ahead, and we don't know what's going to happen in the future. So I guess construction could kind of be covered in that.
Right.
So in the past, why were then technical assistance construction planning dollars still being given from the SAFER fund if,
There are other pots.
specific project?
Yeah, I'll say for, there's been other, the funding outlook has just varied year to year. So there have been some years where we have gotten, for example, there was one where we got a large amount for drinking water and wastewater infrastructure from the general fund. And that may have been a year where we had less from safe and affordable, for example. But it also kind of has to do with which projects are ready at that particular time. And then going back to the technical assistance question, there was some language that got passed as think folks mentioned earlier in the day that did allow us to fund our consulting companies as technical assistance providers via the Safe and Affordable Drinking Water Fund. And so we did invest quite a bit in those master agreements, really for the purpose of moving projects more quickly through the planning and feasibility stages to help expedite getting those projects ready for construction.
Yeah.
And Laurel has her hand up again. Go ahead, Laurel.
Yeah, I was just going to say, you know, I think the challenge here is that you guys don't have amounts on, you know, how much the demand is versus how much the supply is for all these different categories of things. And so, for example, technical assistance in the SRF is limited to, I don't, you know, Jasmine, you probably know it's like 10 or 15% or something like that. And also, as Jasmine said, a lot of times the federal funds are more restrictive. So like sometimes it's harder to work with domestic wells or laterals, or, you know, it's just, so that's why DFA does all the navigation of like how to fit the need with the most appropriate funding source. And TA typically, because we want to have flexibility to cover everything needed to just get the job done, they tend to just go, in addition to the private ones and all that, they tend to go with safe and affordable because, again, the idea there was to make sure that it could unlock these other funding sources that were kind of just passing, you know, a lot of these these communities that had been stuck by.
Right.
And then the whole idea, like the main purpose for the SRF federal funding sources is construction of projects for public water systems. Like that's the easiest fit. And there's definitely some downsides to using federal funds that can, you know, might be a reason why we want to make sure there's, even if there were, and I don't know, because I don't think we have this provided for you guys here, but even if there were enough funding to cover all the construction demand for safe failing systems for this coming year, there may be types of projects where just for various reasons on the federal requirements, it's a better fit to use safe and affordable drinking water funds because of like Buy America or, you know, some of the federal crosscutters. But anyway, just to sort of, I think one of the challenges for asking you guys, and I, you know, I'll just say for certainly as a board member, I would want to see not just the Safe and Affordable Drinking Water Fund, but the IUP for the SRF programs. Like that, both of those together is what's supposed to be, you know, and I know, Jasmine, you do a good job and our team does of explaining, you know, how those fit together in the FEP. But in terms of setting priorities, it's really holistic, right, across those two documents. And I think to give us the best feedback and for us to make decisions, we need to see kind of, you know, a lot of what this is thinking, okay, what's the demand for next year? How much do we have? And then, you know, the crystal ball about what's going to be coming in the future, as we've seen, is like impossible because you know, it's like, and the next second, oh no, they've restored all the bill funding. You know, it's like, so it's kind of impossible to predict, but you know, it's like you have to kind of balance all of that. But anyway, I'm taking up all this time and I want to hear from you guys. Sorry.
No, that's fine. Thank
It
you.
might be useful to think about the questions in two different scenarios. One is our $50 million, if we're just saying, like, let's just say that's all of the money we had across all of our funding sources, how would we allocate it? And then the other scenario might be, if we assume that we have a lot of money for construction elsewhere, how would we prioritize this $50 million of flexible funding? Just a suggestion, it might be
Yeah.
good framing.
Alrighty, just so we're going to be adding more time to the breakout group. And so just to kind of bring us back on track a little bit, thank you so much, Member Firestone, for chiming in, and Andrew and Jasmine. So back to the group, in this hypothetical pot that we have, how would you all divvy up the funds now that we've gotten our lifelines to chime in and provide us some expert guidance?
Yeah. Okay,
Go ahead.
We might want to advance the slides to get back to the
I just had a follow-up question. So if we were to keep up the momentum from last year and continue dividing the funding the same way we did last year, will that, and if we were to change that, let's say, will that impact the projects that were already happening? Would that stall the progress on those, or that does not impact anything? Because that will also be a factor, I would say.
Yeah, that's a good question. It shouldn't affect already executed projects. However, it wouldn't necessarily account for the inevitable amendments that might come through for construction projects, to get them across the finish line.
Yeah. So, maybe I might suggest that operation and maintenance seems to be always a problem, for small systems, and providing them with that type of assistance to maybe get them in a better track would be. I still think construction we can keep kind of high, but then next to that, O&M and TA would be, those would be my top three to fund. Probably construction most, and then 5 million less for O&M, and then TA.
So question, when you say construction most, and I know the group has to get a consensus on this, what does that look like? What does most look like in terms of a number? Because we have 50 million, what does that look like now?
I'd say 25.
Does the group agree with that?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay, wonderful. So I'll do 25, and I'm keeping track on my little calculator over here.
And then maybe 20 for O&M, or I don't know if that'd be more than what they're spending now, but I think that's one of the things, at least in my experience, is operational and maintenance issues with small systems is a chronic issue a lot of times. And that would be something to help. And then
any yays or nays from the group? Any other thoughts? Locking in on 20 million?
Too high?
I'm going to say that's a bit high just because I want to be able to maybe put some funding for pilots and also like planning. So I'm going to say 10.
Yeah, I would agree with it.
That sounds good.
Oh, go ahead.
Wajika, do you have any thoughts on this? Sorry, I'm trying to get everyone's thoughts.
I'm fine with that. I feel like planning, somebody was saying that it's covered under TA. Is it true?
Yeah, basically, yeah.
That's true. So we
So
do
I
have
would,
existing TA that could cover additional planning efforts.
I wouldn't take any, I would still put some money for interim solution, given that that's the only funding source that,
Yeah, definitely. Forgot about that.
So let's see, just to read the math back out to everyone, we have 10 million for operations and maintenance, and then 25 million for construction, bringing us to a total of 35. And then if we do 10 million to TA, that brings us up to 45, leaving 5 million to divide. And that's only between 3 of the categories shown on screen.
Just a clarifying question. We heard from the previous presentations that TA has already been given out for 3 years. A lot of money has been already planned for 3 years.
Correct.
Is there a need for additional TA? What is the demand?
I believe we just re-upped a lot of those with amendments, so there's existing capacity to take on
So can that
additional
be
work.
delayed till next year? That would be my question. Can technical, I mean, instead of 10, we can allocate maybe 2 for now and then defer it to next year, or is it going to impact anything?
Yeah, I think that's generally fine.
What do you guys think, James and Destiny?
How much
Yeah.
do you have left? 5?
I'm thinking 2 because technical assistance, they said that they already have it covered for 3 years, and then they can go back, revisit it next year as well, when they have more understanding of how the fund is going to look like.
Yeah.
I agree.
Yeah. And those would be basically the systems that would be, well, it would be like system or communities like the one I live in are just getting into the pipeline without a system at all. And so we would rely fairly heavily on that type of thing. So those types of scenarios would be those systems, like in the Central Valley or even on the coast here, where they're just being discovered in need. So they'd be relying pretty heavily at first on TA before they get, on towards, any type of construction. So yeah, I'd hate to rate that to just to.
Okay.
Okay.
We can
I
increase.
don't know.
What do you have in mind?
Maybe take a little bit more out of O&M to balance out a little more to TA.
Okay.
I don't know. What do you think?
We divide them evenly.
There you go.
And operation gets even. What's the total number coming? We can divide by 2.
So we have 10 million for operations and maintenance. Do we want to split that into 5 million each? Is that what I'm hearing?
Or maybe 6 million each, because
Okay.
we're giving 2 to technical assistance.
Yeah.
Understood.
Yeah.
And because math is never clean, just know you could always do 6.5 or whatever you think is appropriate.
We like round numbers.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, so we have 6 million each for O&M and T&A. So that's 12 plus 25. We're looking at 37 million.
Okay.
Leaving 13 still on the table.
Well, interim solutions then, right? We need that. So maybe the rest in interim, because they would be those that are looking for help, looking for solutions, but in need of something quick. So maybe that would be where we'd land the rest. I don't know.
I would say maybe 3 for the pilots and then 10 for interim. So
Yeah.
that it also get something.
Yeah.
Okay.
I was just gonna say, I want to give at least a few million to pilots just because of the, it supports innovation, especially in the rural communities.
Oh, yeah, exactly.
Alrighty, so I'm going to do some quick math here. So, boom, we have allocated all of our monies for this exercise with just enough time, because I think we will be reporting back out soon.
Yeah, just real quick, I want to highlight a pilot that I just have been following on the coast here for the town of Fort Bragg. They're using, they're piloting a wave action. They call it an iceberg that uses wave action to desalinate water. And they're hoping that that might be part of their resiliency solution for drinking water. And they're going to be launching that in a month here or so as just a pilot. Thought that was pretty exciting.
Yeah,
that is interesting. Thank you for sharing that. I wasn't aware. I'll share that with the team. It's interesting.
Sure.
Thank you so much, everybody, for the wonderful conversation. Thank you for letting me be a part of it.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Would you all like me to report back this time again?
Yes.
You did a great job.
Alrighty. My nerves have settled. They are more steel this time, I believe.
Thank you.
Alrighty. I'm now going to turn my camera off. Thank you all for the wonderful discussion. And thank you to DFA and to Board Member Firestone.
Thanks, everyone.
It's 3 o'clock. We're gonna come back. Yeah. We're gonna start, kind of in a reverse order. And we'll start with group 4, then group 3, then 2, and then group 1. And then Manny, I know you did the honors for the virtual group. Okay.
Oh.
Okay, thank you. They're gonna have group, the virtual group present first. We'll go with group 4, then with group 3, and then we'll end up with group 3.
Alrighty, hello everybody. I'm Manny representing Group 4. Little less nervous this time. So my group decided to split up the 50 million in the following categories. So they chose 6 million for operations and maintenance, 25 million for construction, 6 million for TA, and then 10 million for interim, and then 3 million for pilots. Any questions? All right. Yeah. Awesome. Well, thank you. That was Group 4's report out. I will sit down.
Thank you, Manny. Yeah, and we can also open it up after the presentation for any comments, thoughts, and also just let folks hear from each other. And so we'll do group 3. Go ahead now.
Hi, for group 3, we did
what I'll call I guess a modified version of this. We started from the premise that the construction funding could mostly be covered through other sources. And 50 million does not get you a ton of construction projects anyway. So we basically zeroed that out. We also zeroed out the administrator because that seems like it's been very expensive and for a relatively small impact, and there may be other pathways to do the same thing. So we put 5 million toward O&M, 5 million toward pilots, sort of pioneering, 10% toward innovating better pathways. 15 toward interim, because we think that the idea is that we're investing in them so they can be better. And leaving 25 million for TA and planning collectively to be decided based on what needs fit individual projects the best for the two different pathways to get there. So not surprisingly, the group of 2 TA providers has put on a path for money TA. But
Actually, guys. Group 2 put all their money in Poly Market and Calshi. That would be your recommendation.
You gotta send.
We won, so we're gonna fund you.
Thank you, Adam, and thank you also for the background context on how you, the team got through the funding, and then we'll go to Group 2.
Okay, there seems to be some patterns here because group 2, we also kind of looked at a modified version of this third example. Similarly, we had the conversation about construction funding and one that there's Prop 4 funding available for this next year. It's a big infusion of construction money, and you can't do a ton with kind of what we have. And so trying to prioritize the unique ability of the SAFER funding to do some other more creative things. We did talk about maybe putting a little bit in there, but really thinking about need and trying to really prioritize those other sources. We didn't land on hard numbers like the online group. Good work, folks. So some other things we talked about is, focusing on kind of the unique ability to fund certain things through SAFER. And so really looking at projected needs for interim assistance, technical assistance, and administrators and O&M, and trying to kind of meet those needs where they are. And we talked about like funding pilots and thinking that it is a good idea to keep doing that because that's one, a unique thing that SAFER can do, and 2 is our opportunity to really push the needle on new solutions. So including the pilot funding. Did I miss anything, Brooke?
No, you did great.
Okay.
Thank you, Kristen. And then we'll go to Group 1.
Okay. Well, this was like an impossible task. But Kristen 1 told us that with the current funding that exists, so SAFER, so the SADW funding, but then also all the additional funding for construction, there is no possibility of us funding all of the projects that are currently in the pipeline right now. So that was a big part of our conversation, in which we also discussed this decision around a hypothetical, not hypothetical, but hypothetical. Would you put your funding into interim or a project that is shovel ready that has not had safe drinking water for 20 years? So that was kind of where our discussion lived, was in that space. And so we talked about prioritizing a community that is already engaged, that is shovel ready, and that has been waiting. But that part, and this is such a, Rosa, this is Rosa's idea, such a good idea. But part of that, and so we're off on kind of a tangent a little bit in this, but that part of that would be requiring that community itself to then support another community to engage in the process. And being that community engagement is one of the barriers and the challenges to completely making sure that construction projects can happen, is engaging the community. So we never really exactly said, well, all the money is going to go into construction, but that was where the conversation. How did that go? Anything to add? No. Yeah. Okay, great. Thanks.
Thank you, Maria. Thank you, good one. Are there any thoughts, questions, just reflections from what we heard?
Just a quick thing.
Man.
And shout out to Maureen for reminding me of this. I'm gonna go back to previous exercise. This was in terms of the solutions for building community trust, especially for historical communities. Was the idea of putting them in contact with other communities that maybe are similar in that sense, right? And having them speak community member to community member to try and emphasize the fact that the process does work and let them know that this is not just the state saying, oh, you'll have clean water in 10 years. Like, look at us, we have clean water. We went through the process we're going through. There will be growing pains. But shout out to Maureen for reminding me of that and to my group for that wonderful discussion.
Thank you, Manny. Any thoughts, questions? Go ahead.
I wanted to at least say out loud that while we take a completely different approach on ours, I heard what you were saying, Maureen, and I think that there's a lot of merit in the idea that if you've got things that are in the last mile and you've got the funding right now and you can get them there and really bank that impact and say, yes, like this, however long these various projects have been in various states, we've completed this and it's real on the ground now, helping people, I appreciate that.
Well, group one, not me.
Yeah. Thank you, Adam. Any other thoughts?
I don't know, this is a thought I had, and I don't really have like an answer for it, but I just kept thinking like, we're in a transitionary phase at this point. We don't know what's happening here after we're a funding source. And that just kept popping in my head on how I make decisions on how we move this next year. What are we doing this next year? Because that's what we're talking about, this funding source. I don't really have an answer for that. That just kept popping in my head. Like, I don't know if we should be focused on please make progress as we can because we just don't have a bunch of funding to do that. So what should be our priority for this 1 year that we have this amount of money? Keeping people afloat with O&M, or is it taking care of emergency situations and solutions because we have lots of those in the meantime? Is it just continue to move projects forward so when we do get more funding we could actually the projects? I don't know. I just question here. So
Thank you, Glenn. Let's see if there's any thoughts or comments online. Okay, if we don't have, I think one more for Jim.
Yeah, I just wanted to chime in. I really like that idea of engaging another community that is going through the process. And I think that really might be helpful in a lot of cases. So just wanted to chime in on that. Good idea.
Thank you, that was Rosa Carrillo. All right, let's go ahead and take a 10-minute break. And then we'll come back at 3:20. And we will come back to a presentation on paper program updates and announcements. Yeah. So we'll come back at 3:20 folks to get a good break, get some water. No, we can come back to the main table. Yeah, thank you, fine. Oh, you wrote that. Yes. Oh, I this last night. I was knocked out. Yeah, but everything's
Trouble ready.
Oh, I got it. And we'll try to read it. And by and God like advance
I feel the enhancement project.
Look now, girl. Yeah. No, you're good. We're gonna fill you in, Angela's gonna fill you in. Sorry, Yeah. So what department do you work in?
School with.
Oh, we're. Matt, you're one of your coworkers at the Table Mountain Good event. Oh, yeah, that's right. That's right, it was Eva. Oh, it was Eva. Yeah, that's her.
I do wonder maybe also.
How did it go? Okay, alright. Oh, good, good. We're talking great. That's good. Good, it's been coming along, a lot of information. Kind of, you're more like you want to. Yeah, you know, like.
One over entire life. But in a road trip, no, and so we left in the middle of Wednesday and enjoyed ourselves. And it was July.
But things are being carried forward.
Yeah. I don't think this no, man, it was.
But anyway,
It never,
it's on the
and
spot.
it's truly a sight to behold, like.
Was there not, I mean, been there.
We're gonna do it.
So everyone's thinking that they're. We, my wife's parents looked at that. And where people get to, recruit.
I love it. I know that it's just when.
Farnham that way.
Yeah, you know, so there's a terrible need out there and the funding would be there.
Yeah.
Right, yeah, but they're able to-
Yeah.
No, no, no.
I don't, I can try to.
No, no,
But
no.
it's like,
I'll take that.
yeah.
Like mine.
And somehow, somehow it's like you're comes around and. Like, it's a tough framework.
Projects.
That's the thing about going in the trip. Not to create a like, to the community, because they told us like they had. No, for
Yeah.
or.
Yeah.
All kinds.
Right, you're not.
Let me find the name of the little community.
So,
Yeah.
did you,
Give us a funding.
you go, it took us 2 years, 97 to go.
I'm sorry,
Yeah.
Let's see if I can find it on the map.
Yeah, and I wonder, I'm gonna be, I'll be just following up.
And did you?
Sadie Cove is where we stayed.
Sure.
We lived inside.
So you keep going that way and then.
If I go back to Sadie Cove.
Is your, I'm still down there?
No.
Sure.
First, I'm gonna give you some, yeah.
You start over, sorry, the mic wasn't on.
Okay.
Just a test.
Practice runs.
Testing.
Check mic 1, 2.
Hello, I'm Ileana Wald. I'm an engineer in the Rural Solutions Unit, the Division of Drinking Water SAFER program. I'm gonna talk to you about the Water Board's pilot studies on point of use and point of entry treatment. First, I'm gonna give you some context for the projects, and I'll talk about the need for the studies, and I'll talk about the point of use and point of entry report that we published in 23. And then I'll give you some background on each pilot study. So first, I'd just like to get everyone on the same page around what is point of use and point of entry. I think we all probably know, but just to make sure, a point of use treatment system is one that treats water at a single tap, usually in the kitchen sink faucet in a home for cooking and drinking only. And a point of entry treatment system is one that treats all of the water coming into a building, including the water that's used for showering and laundry. Next slide, please. Now I'd like to give you a bit of context for our work. In California, everyone here knows, and everyone who's listening probably knows, that we have water systems and domestic wells across the state that have water quality issues. We have very good data, very good and specific data for public water systems. The water systems that we regulate, the State Water Board regulates. And we have only representative data for the water quality that state small water systems and domestic wells have. The map on the left, which was pulled from our SAFER dashboard, shows the SAFER status for failing and at-risk public water systems. The failing water systems are represented by a red dot, and the at-risk water systems are represented by a yellow dot. The map shows that in California, we have widespread failure of public water systems. The map on the right is pulled from our drinking water needs assessment. And it shows the combined risk for state smalls and domestic wells. The red dots represent, the darker red dots represent a higher combined risk score. So like the map on the left, on the right, we also see widespread risk for state smalls and wells, and many with higher combined risk scores throughout the Central Valley, meaning that there are more water quality issues in that area. So to sum, water quality challenges are widespread across the state. We have high contaminant concentrations and multiple contaminants in drinking water sources. And the broad distribution of water system vulnerabilities calls for statewide solutions. So what solutions can water systems use to address water quality issues? Well, if the water system lacks technical, managerial, and financial capacity, our preferred solution is physical consolidation, with a larger compliant water system. If that solution is not feasible, we look at a new or alternative water source or centralized treatment for the existing sources, and possibly new sources. If a new source or centralized treatment is not feasible, then we might start looking at point of entry or point of use treatment as a solution. The Division of Drinking Water generally regards point of entry and point of use treatment as an interim solution. And this is reflected in the requirement for permit renewal every 3 years. Our regulations for point of use and point of entry treatment require assessments that include contaminant levels, evaluation of device effectiveness, and pilot studies prior to permitting. The success of the solution largely depends on the water system's operation capacity and the community acceptance. Next slide, please. Equity and environmental justice concerns are really important considerations in point of use and point of entry treatment implementation. The State Water Board seeks to ensure that low-income communities and people of color are not disproportionately provided point of use and point of entry treatment instead of more reliable and robust and resilient solutions. The map on the left shows current public water systems with point of use or point of entry treatment devices. There are about 120 public water systems with permitted devices. Domestic wells and state small systems with point of use and point of entry devices are unknown. We don't have data on them. About 50% of public water systems with devices have a disadvantaged community status. And we know that about 59% of permitted systems serve a majority Hispanic communities. Next slide. So there is a great need for cost-effective solutions for failing and at-risk water systems and domestic wells to address these water quality issues. The 2021 needs assessment did a robust analysis on all of the potential solutions, including the ones listed here on this table, and found that point of use or point of entry treatment is a cost-effective solution for many homes in California. There are 100 plus community water systems and schools, 300 plus state smalls, and tens of thousands of domestic wells for which point of use and point of entry treatment is a cost-effective long-term solution. Next slide. In recognition that point of use and point of entry treatment could be expanded as a long-term solution and that California has unique water quality challenges, we wrote the point of use and point of entry report in 2023. It was published in 23. The report identifies challenges to successful and equitable implementation of point of use and point of entry treatment for public water systems, state smalls, and domestic well communities. And it makes recommendations to address these challenges and data gaps. The report was a huge collaborative effort. I think some of you might have been involved in it. To inform the report, we conducted outreach to folks in many different spheres, including practitioners and technical assistance provider roles, those in local government, those in environmental justice roles, folks in the water industry like device certifiers and manufacturers. And we asked them, what are the limitations and obstacles for point of use and point of entry treatment success? Next slide. The report documents the recommendations that the State Water Board and that we heard from the outreach that we did. It documents the recommendations for point of use and point of entry implementation within 6 categories: equity, education and information availability, social, technical, financial, and regulatory challenges related to point of use and point of entry treatment implementation. And the report suggests 6 pilot studies to better understand and overcome these challenges to implementation. Now I'm going to talk about the pilot studies. The State Water Board is funding Stantec to partner with us to conduct these pilot studies. There are 6 studies. 6 studies are being completed in 2 phases. Right now we're in the middle of phase 1. Phase 1 includes the first 3 pilot studies, which are all still ongoing. Study 1 focuses on creating educational strategy and materials for point of use and point of entry treatment implementation. Study 2 on performance certification for devices. And study 3 on point of use and point of entry treatment operator workforce strategy and development. And I'm going to give you a bit more information on each study now. Next slide. The point of use and point of entry report, I'll just call it the report from now on. The report identified that the public lacks information on point of use and point of entry treatment. Because greater individual involvement is critical for successful implementation, public education strategy and materials are needed. We identified that we needed more education. Study 1 will develop materials to educate the public and implementation partners such as operators on point of use and point of entry treatment. The materials are being produced in multiple languages. The products of the study include a new state water board webpage on point of use and point of entry treatment with all the content. It will be a place to house the content being generated, a one-stop shop for all things point of use. A number of point of use and point of entry treatments, case studies, educational infographics, fact sheets, posters, and videos. Also device maintenance and monitoring templates for operators and users. The Study 1 team includes Stantec, of course, and also 3 partnering TA providers, Community Water Center, Self-Help Enterprises, and Pueblo Unido. And also we got the help of some great self-consultants to provide language services for the translation of documents. This study 1, is about 80% complete. Next, study 2. Okay. The report also identified that there aren't devices out there that reliably treat all of the contaminants that we see in California. So study 2 will address this gap by developing standards for devices that don't currently have performance certification in conjunction, and this work is being done in conjunction with the device certification organizations, NSF and ANSI. The standard amendments are being developed for 123 TCP, hexavalent chromium, uranium, PFAS, and high concentrations of nitrate. The study also aims to have devices registered within the State Water Board from at least 2 manufacturers for each contaminant that I just mentioned. This study is about 80% complete. All standard amendments have passed except for uranium, which is pending. And manufacturers have shown interest in pursuing certification for all new standards. Next slide. Study 3. The report also identified a gap in water system operators, the need for water system operators that have expertise and experience in point of use and point of entry device operation, implementation. To meet this need, through Study 3, we are developing a training program for operators to help them effectively implement point of use and point of entry in communities. The study work includes identifying partner organizations with experience in operator training, development of curriculum on point of use, operations in California, and a program to pilot curriculum to a cohort of trainees. The curriculum features instruction on community outreach, trust building, installation of devices, the technical aspects around their operation and maintenance. This study is about 30% complete. Next slide. So now I'm going to talk about phase 2, which will include the subsequent 3 studies. The phase 2 of the pilot studies is in the work plan development stage. So I think I should have said that I said that the state board is funding Stantec, and this work is being funded through the technical assistance program. So just like other technical assistance projects, we have a work plan that we develop for each phase. We expect the work plan to be finalized this fall with work starting on the subsequent 3 studies in early 2027. These 3 pilots include study 4 on bacteria, which will be on bacteriological contamination in domestic wells, study 5, which will be on cover smart devices, and study 6, which will provide an evaluation of point of use versus point of entry implementation. And I'm going to give you some more background on each study now. Next slide. So study 4 which is on bacterial contamination in domestic wells. The motivation for this study is that we think approximately 1/3 of wells have bacteriological contamination. Most point of use and point of entry treatment devices don't specifically target pathogens and bacterial contamination. So the concern is that the application of point of use, point of entry treatment at sources with contamination, with bacteriological contamination, may not sufficiently protect users from exposure and illness. The installation of a UV disinfection device in combination with the point of use, point of entry treatment device at domestic well residences can provide protection against bacteriological contamination. So this study will gather data on real world pathogen reduction from homes with devices and best practices for their implementation, specifically for implementation of point of use treatment in domestic well residences. Next slide. Okay. Study 5. Study 5 will look at the benefits of smart point of use devices, point of entry devices. There is a need for continuous, the report identified a need for continuous performance monitoring of devices and less intrusive O&M for devices. A smart device can send performance information directly to the operator, who can monitor the device remotely and potentially respond to issues quickly as needed, instead of only during their routine in-person visits. The objective of this study will be to pilot point of use and point of entry treatment devices that are equipped with smart technology to demonstrate their efficacy and ease of use. We want to learn about real world device performance and ways to optimize O&M and increase user and community trust in the treatment devices. Finally, study 6 will evaluate the implementation of point of use versus point of entry treatment devices. The motivation for this study is the report identified that there's a need to better understand real world usage of these devices in homes so that we can give guidance on how to select a point of use or a point of entry treatment device. The objective of the study is to consider how point of use compares to point of entry treatment devices in real homes. The study will look at ease of installation of the devices, resident perception of the device, ease of operation and maintenance, ease of access to the device. Can the operator get access to the device easily? And the treatment effectiveness. We have also requested a cost-benefit analysis that will compare point of use and point of entry devices. So like I said, we're in the process of refining the scope and the plan for these studies through a work plan for this phase 2 work. Yeah, we'll post it. Finally, I'd just like to thank our partners. There's a lot more work underway, and it's been a really great experience so far working with Stantec to work on to do the work thus far on phase 1, We're really excited to get working on phase 2. There are a lot of partners that have been involved, including community organizations, TA providers, language services providers, and this work would not be, and the certification organizations, this work would not be possible without them. If I left someone off, I sincerely apologize. Thank you for listening, and I welcome your questions now.
And for some of you, you're hearing POE pilot program presentation for the first time, or at least on the project. We did have the presentation introduction on our first advisory group meeting last year. So curious if there's any questions, comments, thoughts on the progress of this pilot program. I belong.
Thanks very much for your presentation, and I'm so excited this project is happening because, as we all just discussed, funding for consolidation is not it's just less significantly. So having POU and POE on the table as a long-term might be the direction we are going in a certain, it just that might be our reality. Already, I mean, at least for the folks that are way outside and are not, it's not possible for them to consolidate because they're so far away at this point. POU is on the table as a long-term solution. So I just think that this is awesome because there are also so many barriers with POU and POE, largely bacteria. So I have some questions because that is what's coming up in our world with point of view systems is the bacteria. Okay. For the UV light, are you, because that so far is what we're seeing as the only option really for dealing with bacteria, right? Yeah. Okay, so when is the study for, when are they going to be done? Is it 2028? Is that the idea?
No, so the UV light, so the bacteriological contamination in domestic wells, I think that was study 4. That's one of the studies that we're currently hashing out a scope for.
Okay.
And so we expect work to start next year.
Okay.
I don't have a good estimate of when, at this point, we don't have a really good refined schedule. But I would expect, like these other studies, it would take a couple years. I think, and maybe someone else can help me answer this, but I think we are including a 1-year pilot in this study. So I would expect the study to complete in 2 to 3 years.
Okay, and is the idea is after the study is complete, we will have an idea of, is that something that we can use going forward and it's approved by the State Water Board? Because right now it's not, so we can't use it in our safer funding. So anyway, is that, so the idea would be after, I'm thinking that ideally after the study is done, we could start installing UV lights. And that's something that the State Water Board is approved. Is that, am I thinking that that's the reasonable end of the study? Is yes, it's approved for these reasons, or no, it's not. It's actually not a great solution for.
I like the way you're
thinking.
I think
That's a great question. So the goal of the study will include examination of like piloting, looking at device effectiveness in real homes. It's not going to be like a massive study where we're sampling hundreds and hundreds of homes. I think the idea is it's going to be more of a proof of concept, and I think I'll let Chad or David speak to the regulatory impact for the future of UV device disinfection.
Yeah, I think if we triangulate on both of what you were saying, it's fundamentally correct. Right now we have these devices, these UV devices that we know the technology will work, right? We know that UV gets good bacteria kill, right? But what we don't know is that these small UV reactors installed, near somebody's home, like, does that work in real world scenarios with there's like a cleaning mechanism that needs to happen. There's power fluctuations can fluctuate the effectiveness of the UV light and therefore the bacteria kill. So the study will give us insight on to say like, yeah, in real world scenarios, this is, it really works well, it works only okay, and here's some of the areas that need to be improved, or you know what, it doesn't really work, and so therefore isn't like something to think about, right? And then the step further, which I can't see the room very well, so I don't know who's asking the question, but what you asked was like, will that end up being kind of an unlock or a state water board approval? And then what I would have to say is like, potentially, like the state water board doesn't approve those devices per se, but I think if we see that the efficacy is really, really high, and we know that bacteriological contamination for a certain home or community, right, a certain scenario is, a real barrier, and we know it's a public health threat, then yeah, it does seem like it could be part of a drinking water solution.
Great, Chad. Thank you so much for answering. And then I'm glad you mentioned power in the UV lights. Are you also looking into sort of a user O&M? If the power goes out, then the rate the user turns it on, can check it, like, because that's also part of the issue is just the power going out and making sure it gets turned back on.
Yeah, I think, well, this, our kind of final scope is still being developed, but what I see, and it might not be in this pilot, but if you think about the smart technology pilot and the UV pilot, and then maybe even, some of the other ones, you can end up, coming together to, like in that scenario, if we can fast forward and our proof of concepts are really good, you could see a scenario where, yeah, if there is a power outage, we would understand, maybe via smart technology to the homeowner and or maybe a service provider, that they would know that happened, that maybe the reactor needs to be started up again or not, right? And provides not only the bacteria kill, but like the reliability around it, such that folks could trust that series of treatments, right?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, cool. Thank you. And then I had one other question about this on a different slide. It's more of a clarifying question. So slide 70, study 2 performance certification. I just want to mention or ask, you mentioned that all have been registered, all but uranium. Are you saying that all contaminants have a like a filter or a system that is registered currently, that the state board approves for use of those contaminants except uranium? Is the registered the same as certification? I don't.
When you say all, the answer for all is no. Not all, primary and secondary contaminants have an approved device, nor may they have a registration. Actually, some of them don't even have a technology that would work well, like manganese. And then the other part of the question is, yes, uranium certainly doesn't have an approved device nor a registered device, and so that's one of the things that it'll be working towards.
Okay, and is registered the same as like a certification? Are those words interchangeable?
They are not interchangeable. There is, the certification refers to well, it's usually NSF or ANSI, but anyway, a governing body that certifies the device for performance, that says this device, meets its performance claims. It will reduce nitrate from, X to Y, right? So there's the performance certification. The registration is, and that's not the certification isn't California specific. But the registration is, so to sell a device in California, you have to have it registered. And so that isn't necessarily like a performance testing and certification piece. It is the manufacturer registering it with California that it can end up being sold in California.
Okay. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. And again, I think this project is pretty important. So I'm glad it's happening.
Yeah, sure. Thanks for the support. I wholeheartedly agree that, yeah, the space needs more. We need to fill more gaps in the space.
Thank you, Marie. Thank you also, Chad, for jumping in. I do have Juan, Adam, and then Jim Sullivan. Oh, and I see Bruce's.
I just want to say I did a POU project for a community in North Fork, and it was really good solution. I felt like because they're out there isolated, no consolidation opportunities for these guys, and for them to have clean drinking water, it seemed like that was the only solution. So it's a great effort. But I did want to ask if you guys had any information on other pilot projects you guys are doing, any other technology or any other avenues you guys are looking at or focusing on, other than just POUs.
We do have several other pilot efforts going on. One we can, I'm not sure if there's other ones that you're interested in. Maybe those can be topics for another AG meeting, but we have, governance pilots and some regionalization pilots and some other things going on. Not necessarily technology focused, how some of these pilots are technology focused.
Like the point of use pilots, though, we're thinking about statewide solutions.
What was the governance pilot we were talking about?
We have a few of them going on. Like we have, well, I don't know. Like sometimes I get tripped up on pilots. So some, like you could think of the work in Southwest Tulare County as a regionalization pilot. We have TA providers working in 7 different communities down there, trying to understand what the communities feel about their drinking water, and also understand how they might feel in, coming together either physically or managerially, with neighbors, maybe in a one-to-one or in a many-to-one sort of entity.
Thank you.
Yeah, sure. Thanks, Juan.
And we'll go with Adam, and then Jim Sullivan, and then Bruce.
All right, first of all, thank you. This is Adam Rush. Real quick clarifying question on study 4, you cited a third of wells having bacteriological contamination. Is that pathogenic, or is that any kind of bacteria? Is that iron, manganese, everything, or is it symptom producing bacteria?
I believe it's not E. coli necessarily. It's all bacteria. Includes all bacteria. Chad, is that right?
Yeah, it includes all bacteria, but let me say that is not that, all domestic wells out in the, Adam, this, but anyway, just for everybody's benefit, not all domestic wells in the state have been or are being sampled for BACT. But if you look at some pretty big data sets, that 1/3 is a reasonable characterization, we think, but take it only as a very rough estimate, and maybe even take that just as to say that a significant portion of domestic wells are affected by bacteriological contamination.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Adam.
You get him, Jim Sullivan.
Yeah, hi. Yeah, thanks for the presentation. I really like hearing about this, but I do get a little nervous when I see I understand that this is kind of the last hope for some of these homes or systems as far as treatment due to distances or, whatnot. But I get very nervous when I see terms like long-term solution, and knowing that operation and maintenance of these type of point of use systems are key to having good quality water. I just really hope that is taking into consideration for the decisions that the state makes for making a long-term solution. In that you can't really predict how a homeowner or a small system might view their treatment system, and how often that changing out of filters and how the system is working actually is performing. So I just want to put that caution, because I always err on the side of caution, and it makes me nervous. Anyway,
James,
just my
thank you
2
for that.
cents.
No, I think it's great. And let me make kind of 2 points around that. And maybe it's underlining some of the things that Ileana said. One is that, we State Water Board, want to use consolidation and other more robust infrastructure solutions anywhere possible, especially consolidation, right? So, and then, maybe it's 3 points. So maybe that's the first one. The second is, just recognizing that a point of use solution for somebody, and I'll just speak from my experience, like it isn't the same level of service that I enjoy in my house, right? Like any of the faucets in my house deliver compliant water. And so State Water Board Safer program is very aware that it's not the same level of service. And, we think about that all the time. Especially like you said, thinking about interim versus long term, right? Interim better might be good, but
right.
Long term better may not be acceptable.
Right.
So, yeah, and then if we are thinking long term, we need to be thinking of how do we support homeowners in operating and maintaining those. And so we are actually, maybe to bridge your comment with Juan's comment, we're thinking about, is there room for a pilot to try to answer the question of what would, support in a specific kind of region for point of use solutions? What would that look like to take, quite frankly, burden from the homeowner, right? Because they're burdened if a point of use is in your home, like you're burdened with operating and maintaining it. So how do we take some of that burden, and how do we support folks that way? So
right.
Maybe that was 4 points, Jim. Sorry.
No, that's okay. And yeah, I just wouldn't want the state to get to kind of a warm fuzzy spot, thinking that, oh well, we're dealing now with those folks that are in isolated areas that have challenges with their water quality, rather than still provide them with that type of interim service or temporary guarantee that they have good quality water, and that still push towards those innovations that you're going towards a larger goal of a consolidation or some other type of more robust guarantee that they would have good quality water when they turn the tap, and not have to do a multi filter thing for their arsenic or their bacteriological issues. Just a thought.
That's great, Jim. Thank you. Appreciate all the thought into that.
Thank you, Jen. Thank you, Chad. And we'll go with Bruce, and then we'll circle back with you, Chad, on just the portion of the presentation on the action item.
Yeah, thank you, Alma. Bruce Haddleshelf. On slide 65, I was just trying to get clarification. You mentioned that there are 35,000, 36,000, 37, let's call it 37,000 at-risk domestic wells. Do we know, if some of those domestic wells already have point of use, point of entry? So this is just sort of
We don't
taking
know.
that risk map and plotting out where domestic wells are.
Right.
And, you know, second homes and, you know, in the mountains probably already have something that's taking care of their water, right? Could be.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's just a raw number. That's just, you know, we don't know what to deduct from people who already have point of use and point of entry, right?
Yeah. Would assume it's a very
the
low
other-
percentage, but yeah, you're right on, Bruce.
And then the other question, I guess, that's so from the 2023 study, do we know then what the sources of contamination are, broken down by nitrates, uranium? Do we know that? Because you've got studies that are looking, you have comprehensive studies, but not all systems may need the same point of entry or point of use treatment. They may not need UV and things like that. So I was just curious what the metrics might show and how we might accelerate some of these solutions.
Yeah, the short answer, Bruce, is yes. We know the contaminants, certainly for the public water systems, and then we can, you know, triangulate, or we have, you know, non-specific data to understand for domestic wells.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Thank you, Bruce. We have 2 more questions, and I see Angela Isla and Destiny Rodriguez.
Hey Chad, so I'm actually gonna go back to slide 73 for the bacteriological study, just because I know that there was a mention regarding UV disinfection, and in terms of, I guess, like UV light usage, is the pilot kind of considering the impacts of that point of use during a power outage? Because I know that with installation comes liability, and just trying to understand, like, if the pilot is trying to consider, like, maybe just kind of a backup idea in terms of maybe like solar power, like battery storage, to help kind of just like not affect its performance, but also the fact that if that point of use device or point of entry, I mean, in this case, like with the UV, it just does, like, I mean, it being shut off will eventually like bring back the contamination. And so just trying to take that into consideration of like that potential impact with that option. But I don't know, I'm just curious. I wasn't sure if I was like hearing something about usage, like power usage, like with a UV device. I didn't know if I heard that.
I think your question, let me answer it this way. You can tell me if I get close. For the purposes of the pilot, there isn't the intent to do backup power or something like this, but there is, you know, the intent to try to answer that exact question. So, or that's one of the questions to answer, like actually how long, you know, how often might the effectiveness of the unit be compromised, right? So then if, you know, answering that question is one of the, you know, factors that would tell us like, hey, is this actually something that could be deployed and be relied on? And then, you know, I have to mention, like, for the purposes of the pilot, at least the way it's conceptualized right now, is that, you know, folks that are being served by this, you know, device wouldn't would still be would still have access to like bottled water. And so you know, we need to do a good job in communicating to folks like what the device is and isn't at this point, such that folks can, you know, make an informed decision on, you know, whether they would want to participate or not.
Okay, gotcha. Okay, yeah, I mean, just me bringing it up is because I know that like San Joaquin Valley is pretty vulnerable to like public safety power shutoffs during the summertime, and I mean that's kind of rolling up pretty quick. and just trying to make sure that that's being kept in the forefront. Yeah, I mean, like, I appreciate that this study is being done. And again, it's just more of like, it's just good to have that in the back of the mind, to make sure that like there are some routes like to support residents to know what kind of backup options they have. Because at the end of the day, it's the residents that are going to be pretty much like responsible for that device. I mean, it's like you install it, it's there, now they're on their own. So just like helpful recommendations that I didn't want to forget to add.
Yeah, thanks, Angela. I mean, quite frankly, like I'm worried about just dirty power, off-spec power, not even just power shutoffs, just how broad of a band of power can these devices actually be effective?
Yeah.
And because that's without anybody knowing, right? It's like the lights don't flicker, nothing happens like in your home. So I think like I keep saying like the smart devices or the online, kind of instrumentation and tracking is really important to me as well. And so we can understand better in real time, like, is this a solution to kind of be implemented, on a broader scale, or is this just like a good technology that works in ideal scenarios and not really out in the real world as well? So
yeah, appreciate
yeah, thanks, Angela. Totally appreciate. Yeah.
No problem. Thank you, Chad. And we'll have our last question with Destiny.
Yes, so I just have a clarifying question. For the domestic wells that are going to be part of this pilot program, are these all home-owned domestic wells? Like,
The specific homes haven't been identified.
okay, something to consider because domestic wells not always are owned. Many may be renters, farm worker tenants, just other families living on the properties. And I have a concern because because they're not property owners, may not have the authority to approve any installations or well testing or any infrastructure decisions. So I just wanted to point that out because if that potentially could be an issue, it's just something to consider in the future because it's a current issue.
Yeah, thanks, Destiny. Thinking about like I said, we haven't deployed those, but thinking about where they may be deployed, it may be that we need to go to folks that are already participating in a program, like a safer funded program, or there's other state funded programs out there that are providing POU or POE and or bottled water. So it may make sense to go to those folks because they already have the education, they already understand what it is and isn't. Some of the safety factors of like bottled water are already in place. And so I'm just trying to communicate that your point is well taken, and we're trying to be very, very thoughtful, about the end users. So.
Thanks so much, Destiny. Thank you, Chad. And with that, I know we had a section, brief section, to come back and discuss action items for the last Safer Advisory Group meeting. And so Chad, I'll just yield the floor to you so for that brief portion.
Yeah, there was three. Yeah, there was three items that we took throughout the last advisory group meeting. The first was, do we have geospatial data for our failing systems? And the answer is yes, we do. And folks can find that on the Safer dashboard. It's simply dots, and we don't have, and actually it's simply dots, but you can also use the search bar to figure out what, or to search for whatever water system folks are interested in. I think that came from maybe Timoteo. Second question was, how many, if we're thinking about consolidations, how many receiving systems have received more than a single system? So how many systems are doing two or more consolidating two or more small systems? And the answer is approximately 70. That takes into account completed consolidations and consolidations that are in progress. So for me, a really nice number there. And then a not so nice number, which is the next question is, we were talking about instances of repeat failures. So water systems that had failed for a certain criteria, had come back into compliance, started delivering safe drinking water, and then failed again, either for the same failing criteria or for a different failing criteria. And the answer there is also approximately 70 water systems. And that time period is from 2017 to today. So if you look over the last 8 or 9 years, there's about 70 water systems that failed, delivered safe water, and then failed again. One last note there, we don't have a great way to tease out the data, but visual manual inspection, I was looking at it yesterday and today. There's a logical follow-on question, which is, did they fail for the same thing? Did they have arsenic? They didn't have arsenic, and then they had arsenic again? Or, did they fail for something different? They had arsenic, they, remedied their arsenic problem, and now they fail for water shortage or something like this. So a new scenario. It's not quite an even split at half and half, but if you look at it, and that's a reasonable approximation. So it's not quite as straightforward as that, because every single one of them has nuance, but trying to answer the questions for folks. So, and Alma, I think those were the 3 questions I was following up on.
Yeah, thank you, Chad. That was one of the questions that you had, Bruce, on the violations.
Yep, thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you so much,
One of the
Chad.
systems.
And with that, we'll go ahead and go to slide 79 or 78. Move forward. Thank you. And this, we're gonna go next to Safer Advisory Group member announcements. If anybody has an announcement to share with the rest of the group, I just want to remind everyone who's joining online, just to make sure that you are clicking on the interpretation button and selecting English as your language, just to make sure that also any announcement that you make is also shared. And then we'll go to the next slide. And we'll open it up for Safe Advisory Group members who may have any announcements that you'd like to share. Anybody here present or checking also online? And I see Angela.
Yeah, so I'm gonna just mention that I really highly encourage all advisory group members to try to tune into the Air Resources Board meeting tomorrow to kind of hear the final discussion around Cap and Invest, because right now they are hitting over 200 commenters. I doubt they're going to get to any of the virtual commenters today. It is looking like it's pretty 50-50 right now with the board members, at least maybe 5 rejecting the proposed regulations on it, because there have been a very diverse amount of comments around, obviously, safe drinking water, housing, agriculture, transit. Many of these groups have been very solid on their comments to let CARD know of the very devastating impacts that these new regulations are going to have on a lot of our funding sources, especially on safer. So just highly encouraging everybody to just try to go onto the Cal EPA teleconference website, hop in, hear the discussion, because I'm pretty sure that our next advisory group, this is still going to be a very big topic that we have to discuss moving forward. And even for me, I'm just trying to prepare myself mentally on how to communicate with the communities that are dependent on emergency services and like are not even on the planning phase, like what's gonna look like in the next couple years with even like looking into funding to still support them. But yeah, just wanted to make that quick announcement, that this is gonna go until tomorrow with the discussions.
Thank you, Angela. Eric. No, to check that. Thank you. Go for it, Eric.
Hi, everyone. Eric with Leadership Council for Justice and Accountability. I just want to share a really good update that Leadership Council have been working with a community called Tombstone Territory, where Governor Newsom signed SB 200, which created the Saver program. That community recently got fully connected and is now receiving water from a fully compliant drinking water system. And so it's really exciting news that the Saver program works and that the dollars that are being invested in are reaching the communities that need it the most. And so I just want to encourage everyone to continue working with the communities that you work with. Appreciate it. The State Water Board, just everyone who took a part in securing safe water planning.
Deserves an applause. So.
Thank you, Eric. Anyone else that'd like to share an announcement? Or anyone else?
Sure, I'll start. Okay.
Go ahead, Marie.
Yeah, we have free well testing for anybody with a domestic well. So from, obviously within the program area, but if any of your neighbors, friends, family have a domestic well in our program area, let me know.
A county.
What? Madera to Yolo, so it's a huge area. And then if it's not us, there's other folks in between that do the same thing. So, yeah.
You need to go down to the south end.
Yeah.
Thank you, Marie.
Yeah.
We have no further announcements. We can go to the next slide. And this is an opportunity for anybody in the public to make any public comments. I'm gonna just check our safer inbox real quick. We had someone earlier. I think there was, let's see. I think they emailed with their comments. So, 1 second. I can use that piece to again. Is she on mic? Oh, okay. Maybe I missed her. Let's do that. Let's move Stephanie as panelist. Oh, I see. Thank you. Stephanie, if you can hear us, you'll be able to unmute yourself and you can make your public comment.
Perfect, thank you. I hope you can hear me okay. I'm having a little bit of connection issues. But yeah, thank you. Just want to say good afternoon to everyone and thank you for the opportunity to provide a public comment. Just want to start off by saying my name is Stephanie Villegas and I'm a regional field manager representing the Rural Community Assistance Corporation, also known as RCAC. For those who may not know, we are a nonprofit organization that partners with rural and indigenous communities by providing technical assistance, training, financial resources, and advocacy. RCAC works with the State Water Board as well to support schools and small communities with current water quality or supply issues to provide them with bottled water for students, administrators, and residents. So specifically wanted to provide a comment on this topic since it was discussed earlier during the meeting. A little bit of background, since 2019, RCAC has implemented and administered the Bottled Water for Schools program. And the program is meant to ensure that students and school staff have access to safe drinking water when experiencing water quality impairments or unreliable water supplies exist. The program is intentionally designed to reduce administrative and financial burdens on school districts by offering a streamlined, expedited process for obtaining bottled water while long-term solutions are pursued. As well, since 2021, RCAC has worked with small communities to help administer their grant funding and provide on-site coordination and delivery of bottled water to community members. And as you heard today, the current FEP did have some language that would require our 77 currently enrolled schools and communities funded by urgent drinking water needs to be served by a public water system, have a failing status on the safer dashboard, experience an acute contaminant, and what we've recently heard was received a tier 1 notice from DDW or the LPA that specifically states that an alternate water source is recommended. This was a big impact on our currently enrolled schools, with only 14 of them having an acute contaminant. The funding has been allowed to be continued through the end of December, but we know that long-term solutions are still a ways out. And because they're multi-year efforts, we are concerned that with the current language in the FEP that may unintentionally exclude small or rural schools and communities that are not classified as public water systems, which we have ran into recently. If they are currently impacted by contaminants such as arsenic, uranium, and 1,2,3-TCP, which are not considered acute contaminants, and just really considering the long-term exposure of these contaminants, especially for students that are spending a lot of their time on school campuses, a lot of the residents who have no alternative water source, but have had to come to the choice of having to sometimes be able to consume the water that they have on hand. So just want to keep in mind that the disenrolling schools and small communities from these funding programs, while continuing to experience water quality impairment, would directly affect children and seniors among the most vulnerable members of our community by sending conflicting messages around possible health impacts, eroding confidence in water quality, and creating uncertainty about whether an alternative water source is required. So we really wanted to recommend that the upcoming FEP include expanded eligibility criteria that considers all water quality and supply issues, both for schools and communities throughout the state. Thank you for the opportunity to comment.
Thank you, Stephanie. We appreciate your comment. I also received it via email, so thank you. Do we have any other public comments? Don't have anything on our inbox. No one physically present, and I don't see anyone else online. Wow. Oh, but I do see Adam. Thank you. Thank you, Norma. Go ahead.
I don't know if I count as a member of the public right now, but I saw that the word acute earlier in the conversation and figured I would just look up what that meant or makes sense. I tried and failed. Is there a list of what's acute? I'm surprised that something that has an MCL as low as TCP isn't, but I don't know where to go.
That would be maybe a DDW question. Let me see if maybe someone within the team chats there.
Adam, will you, I couldn't hear exactly. I think you were saying acute contaminants. You looked up what acute contaminants are and you were surprised the list was short.
Oh, I couldn't find the list. So I was just wondering if it was available somewhere.
Yeah, in terms, I mean, I'll just, you can think of certainly any bacteriological, and for folks, let me just, so in drinking water regulation, you can think of contaminants bucketed into two different buckets. One acute, where, you know, potentially a single glass of water could produce health effects, and then chronic, which the health effects are long-term health effects, and the analysis is based on a consumption of 2 liters of that water for over a period of 70 years. So those are the two buckets. Extremely different, right? 1 glass versus 70 years exposure. Anyway, and then to answer your question, Adam, is nitrate, nitrite, perchlorate, and then bacteriological contaminants. And then you can think of any surface water treatment or surface water treatment related violations as acute contamination, because there's bacteria, virus, and cryptosporidium, like Adam. But so those are the acute, and then everything else chronic health effects. So, and if anybody on the line is that I'm forgetting something, I don't think I am, but yeah.
Thank you, Adam. Thank you, Chad, for jumping in.
Thank you.
And then go to the next slide. One more, please. All right, this brings us to our closing remarks and our next steps. First and most, thank you everyone for making the time to be part of this advisory group and advise on the funding, the challenges, and your experiences with your communities. I will be following up on a date for the third Safer Advisory Group meeting. It'll also be based on the FEP when we have a draft of the FEP, so we can do it during the public comment period. And also just a note, we have a Safer Advisory Group applications coming up. It'll be July 1st. So we'll also send an email reminder for folks that you may know would be interested in joining this group. So with that said, we'll go to the next slide. And just say thank you. And that's a wrap. We are at 4:28.
Thank you.
Thank you.